And we are live. Welcome, everybody. I know it's Saturday. It's been a long week. Very, very long week. Um, and unfortunately, I don't think it's over. I think this one's going to kind of roll into the next one. And speaking of rolls, I was able to get some at the bank. We got most of a box of nickels. Um, there were some open rolls already. Looked like somebody had hunted them or repackaged. So I went through those off camera. I didn't find anything in there. We have nickels. If I last that long, we have some quarters. I think like $100 in quarters and maybe $100 in dimes as well. Um, this is the kind of week it's been. So, cheers to everyone. So Japanese plum wine, very tasty, very sweet. All right, so we're gonna get into it, and we're going to just hunt these. I don't care if anybody shows up. Eventually, somebody will, I'm sure, but I just wanted to check out mentally. I haven't been watching YouTube, I think, all week. Um, I know Flip's probably streaming tonight. This is me taking a break. I know I'm live streaming, but that's just for integrity's sake if I find anything cool, so everyone believes me. But yeah, and to hang out with whoever does show up. So our book, we're only missing a few. The 38, I think we have the Philly. We're missing the S and the D. We're missing a couple others. I think we're down to like 6 or 7 total in the Jefferson book that we're looking for. So we will eventually find them. Well, the 50 is going to be hard. I think both of those are super low mintage. I'm not going to say I'm going to buy them. I would like to try to find them. But how long I keep that up is going to remain a mystery. If I'm down to just like those two, knowing how rare they are, I might try to find a couple. I mean, at that point, I feel like you've given a good effort, you know, especially considering there's 2 other books that I already filled a long time ago. It's this last book is just tough. But the Jefferson Nickel is currently, well, if you count the obverse change, which I really don't, I still, and even they still consider it a Jefferson Nickel. You count that, I mean, that's a little bit of a change, but it really hasn't changed design since 38. Not really. Again, that obverse change, they can say that's a bit of a change, but I don't think so. Gave it a fresh look, but that's about it. It's still basically the same coin. So they've been making this since 38. Yeah, it's a long time. Yeah. Working on 100 years in about another decade. 38, 28 would be 90 years, so like 85-ish years of nickels. Pretty much the same design. It makes for a hard collection. So I don't know how anybody else's week has been, but summer is wrapping up. So the kids are gearing up for back to school. I finally got all that ready today. So I'm in the best position possible for that. And I think we got like a week and a half or something like that left here in my area. So summer just disappeared. I mean, it came and I feel like it went before I even got to really enjoy it. I did get out with the kids. We did some stuff. um, periodically in there, but 2.5 months or whatever the official summer break is sounds like a lot, but when you get caught up in adulting, it disappears real fast. Well, there's Thomas Tone stopping in to say hi. Thank you, sir. And Shuffle Silver, welcome in. We're doing nickels like normal. Seems to be a recurring theme until we fill these books. And so far, not much. You guys are still early. First couple of rolls. It's not a full box, so I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to get through it. It had a few rolls that were already opened, like somebody restuffed them. So I checked those off camera. I didn't find anything amazing in them. And, we're carrying on with the rest of the box. Now, I will say it's a weird box. What I was told by my bank teller is that somebody took this to one of the county fairs, I don't know, maybe the one this county, I don't know. Forget what they said, but they took it to one of the county fairs, like a vendor did, and then brought it back. They had excess or whatever. So that's what most of this is. There's some customer wrap stuff. Most of it's bank wrapped, though, and sealed on both ends. So it's going to be very interesting to see if we find anything. Pretty much anything estimate mark. I mean, we have some of them, but those are the hot ticket items that we know we need. 50 all around. And then 38. There might even be a 39. Maybe it's a 39S. I think we're missing. It's only a few. I think we're down to like 7. Thomas, how is everything? I hope it is well. I was saying earlier, it's been a hell of a week, so I haven't really been on the YouTube or social media. There's a decent 40. Again, it's an objective thing. But when you start to see some of these older ones like this, I try to... Oh, wow. Is my camera glitching out? Let me see. Let me look at this. I don't know what's going on with my computer lately. The overhead glitched out. Let me see if I can refresh it. It's always a thing. I always have trouble with this third camera, and I do not know why. And now it's gone. Okay, so we're going to do this. This may mess up the view for a little bit. I don't know what that. Da, da, da. Yes. Okay, hold on. I'm going to try to add it back and see if it works. But with these older, like 40s and the early stuff, I try to... Oh no, it doesn't want to add it at all. Let me see if I can do this. I don't know what's up with this camera. It could just be the plethora of USB devices connected to it. Possibly. There's a lot. So I do give it some credit. It should be able to handle it though. Okay, maybe we lost the overhead. I think. Because I can't get it. I can try to add a new source, but I don't think it's gonna... Wait. There we go. Okay, let me resize this. I don't know what's going on with it. Okay, there we go. Somehow we made it. Okay. Let me go get the dog. She's clawing at the door. Happy dog. Okay, now I think we're somewhat functional again. Biden, Simon, and train. Okay, I forgot about the chat words. I was wondering what kind of nonsense you guys were talking about. Um, yeah, it's just been a week. So I figured I didn't think I was going to make it to the bank today, but as I wrapped up some work and was heading out to run some errands, I noticed I had just enough time to get in. So I was hopeful that they would have a little bit of something, and they did. So now I get to go ahead and hunt through these. I'll turn them in Monday to the coin machine and then rinse and repeat. Hopefully this week I can find some time in the evenings to do some more hunting. It's relaxing. I know for a lot of you have said that. A lot of people like the, because I don't have the coin roll hunting mat, the sound of the coins sliding across the desk as I'm doing this. I guess kind of like ASMR or whatever. It is just the sounds, the going through them, hopefully finding stuff. It's relaxing, very relaxing. So after a long week, nothing better than looking through some coins. Sometimes, if I don't have coins, I'll look through what I already have or try to resort. If any of you do know, I can't pick them up, but a while back, I bought some quarter tubes from Big Flip on one of his auctions for a really good deal, and I think I got about 30 of them. He had more. I forget why I didn't buy more because I knew they were a good deal. Maybe I underestimated how many I needed. And so I bought them because I have all these state quarters and national park quarter rolls that I found through customer dumps at the bank. And so I wanted to get them out of paper rolls and into something a little better. So I think it's like 400 or something dollars and quarters. I actually got into the rolls. I have to get more, but that took like one night, just me sitting here going through them and making sure that I labeled them correctly. Because I didn't want that problem, and I don't know why, but they have a lot of crossing the Delaware. I think I have like 4 or 5 rolls. Now they're circulated. Maybe a couple in there like AU, BU's probably pushing it, but they're good examples. I don't, I guess because it's different. It was like kind of like a one off. Um, it's the only thing I can think of is why they kept so many. Because it's a bunch, and none of them have like die chips or anything else. I've been through. I got my first 90% in my change ever last weekend. It was at an old record store. That is awesome. And that's funny because I wonder if it was by chance or if an older person buying records actually paid with a silver coin. That would be interesting. Because not always, but they're the if somebody's gonna have them and spend them as change, it's most likely gonna be someone who's had a bunch of change sitting around for a long time. We got one with a lot of toning here. Oh, I forgot all about all the camera problems. Caused me to forget about this 40 that we set over here. 40 Philly, and again, it's not that great, but for a 40, it's not that bad either. We might check the book and make sure that's not an upgrade. Okay, that's a good sign. Here's that toner that I said we saw. It's a 41, no silver, but that tells us that we have early stuff in the box for sure. So fingers crossed for some good finds. I haven't found a buffalo in a while, which isn't that common. but I found the V nickel, and then it was that same night after I got off stream, I went over to Matt at Copper Owl Coins, and he found a V nickel in his nickel box hunt, and then somehow through luck, lots of luck, I won the end of stream giveaway where he gave away the V nickel, and maybe there was something else small. I can't remember. But he gave that away, so I got those sitting here in this, and this is cool too if nobody's ever seen this. Come on, there you go. I got these from the bank a while ago. There was some silver in it. I didn't post it or anything. I think I put something on one of the coin roll hunting groups, but they had these little $1 nickel rolls. I'd never seen them, and a lot of people on that group that coin roll hunt, nobody else had ever seen them either. So, kind of interesting to see that. And I kept them, like the physical rolls. They're around here somewhere in all of my junk that I keep. So I don't really plan on getting rid of them completely. I'm gonna try to restuff them with other nickels. Right now, that one's full of my buffaloes and V nickels. At least the ones that I have out. You know, they're not in flips or anything. So I just threw them in that roll. That way, I know they're special, and I don't want to, put them too far away. Some stuff I just throw away. A lot of W's and just for sure tons of wheat pennies. Um, I just toss back and I don't know what I have. I have a book for pennies. The wheats, obviously you're gonna have the problems, right? 1909S and the like, but I may start throwing that together at some point, possibly after the nickels. What do we got? What do we got? Yeah, old coins are better than a whole box of new stuff, um, or newer stuff. You can kind of tell. Nickels are good because they still have a nice spread. You have some boxes that are more modern nickels, but you got a better chance, I think, with nickels to get older stuff consistently. Dimes, they make so many. I don't feel like they're used that much anymore. Well, all change kind of falls into that category, but they're not used as much anymore. Dimes, I don't think, and so dimes are really bad. Um, it's mostly modern. Occasionally, I'll find a silver or something, but I have the least luck with dimes out of everything. Oh, there's Craig. There goes the neighborhood. Welcome in, Craig. How is everything over there on that side of the world? Um, I trust that obviously if you're on YouTube, you're doing good. $70S. What's it look like? Not horrible. I keep these as long as they're not real beat up. I don't know why. I just do. I got a bunch of stuff that one day somebody's going to go through and go, why did he save that? Which is probably the case with all these state and national park quarters that I got in the collection dump. Somebody else, somebody's family member, whoever, was like, why did they save these? And just tossed them back at the bank. Luckily, I saved them so someone else can do the same in 30 to 50 years or whatever. Okay, I got a green looking one, but I don't think it's silver. It just looks dirty. 61 Denver? Yeah. Wait a minute. That looks, I'm sure it's PMD, but that D looks a little odd. What's going on there? Yeah, I think that's just PMD. I mean, it's a little on the deformed side, but I'm not seeing any real signs of like D over D. Not really. Okay. The one reason why I'm upset that I don't have a coin roll hunting mat is because of the list of like errors that you can easily just glance at, and DDOs and stuff. That's nice to have like at a glance, um, but I don't have the space for it. Maybe once I stop working from home here shortly. Right now I'm doing both jobs. Yay, promotion. And when I can get rid of that other desk and hopefully reallocate some space, then maybe I can have a dedicated coin roll hunting spot. But for now, this is my catch all everything: coffee table, computer desk, everything. Coin roll hunting spot. Due to the lower premiums, I was able to buy 4 ASEs and a roll of. Whoa. Whoa. That's a good deal. 4 ASEs and a roll of Mercury dimes for $200. See, that's the kind of stuff that I like to hear because so many of us have suffered through the higher prices and the high premiums, um, here recently, and especially since, you know, uh, COVID and all the market turmoil there. So silver's really been up. So and I'm in that group. I really started stacking, post COVID wrecked markets and what we're currently kind of going through. And I can only think of like maybe there might have been a time since then that silver dipped back to like the 18 $19 range briefly, but I don't even think I caught that. And if I did, I picked up a measly amount of silver, and then it was back up to 20 or 22. But all through this, the premiums have been high because of demand. So even if the spot price was kind of low, you were suffering. So that is an amazing pickup. So if we assume, I'll give you a few dollars on plus or minus either way, but let's just call it the Mercury dimes for 100. I know that's, you probably got them a little less. And then the 4 ASEs for about 25 each. Again, I know the Mercury dimes were probably a couple dollars less. The ASEs probably a couple dollars more each, but it evens out in 200. That's a smoking deal because I did find time in my busy week to go to 2 shops. Now, I went to one here locally before I left town, before things got real crazy. And then before things geared up getting crazy, up in the Chicago area, I ran to a shop while I had like a bit of time, literally like right before they closed, and did a little shopping. And I was shocked at the prices in both places. Now, I know the Chicago area prices are always kind of higher, and that's just cost of living, the market, I guess it is what it is up there. And so even silver and things, the premiums, at least in my experience, seem to stay higher when even the price of silver is down. But at my local, um, and then up at that shop as well, I was very surprised what they were charging for things. Now, the one here wasn't too bad, but they had, I think it was 26, or yeah, 26. So it wasn't bad, but it was like what, like three something over spot, 350 over spot ish. So I mean, I guess that isn't hateful, but I was kind of hoping with all this talk of like lower demand that maybe they were trying to move some stuff, but they weren't. I did pick up some really cool bars. Um, I've only shared them with one person, and we discussed and agreed that they're to keep. They're vintage 1 ounce bars from Canada. One was called like Equity Exchange or something to that um, nature, and then the other one I don't even think had like a real name on it. Just Canadian Assayers or something to that effect. But after looking them up, they're a little more on the rare side and seem to fetch a premium of sorts. So I'm upset that I didn't buy more of them because I just picked up one of each. But I do have them in the stack, so that's nice. Okay, our dirty one was just. I really need to. Someone remind me next time I post a video, come in the comment section and tell me to tear the shroud off of this camera because it's bothering me that I can't get like really close to the coins and um, really still adjust because it's so close. Um, the shroud kind of gets in the way, so I need to trim that back. Anyhow, just a dirty 78. No luck there. 70 2012. Dun, dun, dun. So yeah, I was not happy with the prices. With all the talk of like lower premiums and lower demand, I'm sure a lot of people are kind of in a holding pattern, which is good at this point. Yes, dog. Yes, dog. What can I do for you? What can I do? What do you need? Do you need to go outside every 5 minutes? Is that what it is? Let me go take her out. You want to go outside? Outside? Yes? Okay. Let's go. Run! All right, I'm back. Um, yes, holding pattern. Holding pattern right now is good, and a lot of stackers are in it because we're waiting to see if the price is going to drop even lower. And so that's the reason why I was saying, premiums should be down because demand is low. Because some people, I'm sure, are buying larger amounts due to the dip, but a lot of people think there's a bigger dip coming. I've even heard people smarter than me claiming that we could go back to like $18, $16 if the right circumstances and economic news come through. So you can never discount anything. Unfortunately, anything can happen. You just try to put yourself in the best position that you can. Keep dry powder. That way, if it does dip really fast and you catch it, you can pick up a couple ounces or some ASEs for a really good deal, like Craig, which I was just thinking about that the other day. I'm kind of in not a complete holding pattern, but I got a lot going on. So personally, professionally, just a lot of moving parts right now. So I'm buying a bit less. Heck, I haven't even made it to any of the streams this week. I think I was on a couple tail of last week, but I don't even think I bought anything last weekend. But anyway, so I'm not buying as much. I got other stuff going on, but I need to get some ASEs. I got that ASE book, and I have some somewhere, but there's some key dates. I think like 95, 86, obviously, but ungraded, right, for the book. I want to start filling it, and now is a good time because Eagles are downright affordable right now. I mean, they're still a little more expensive, but in your head, think about what happens when silver jumps. Um, Eagles got pretty crazy there for quite a bit, and they were paying the premiums to get their hands on them. I think best price on like maybe JM Bullion for the buyback. I mean, assuming just general Eagles, I think was like 33, the best I saw it. And that was when they were selling for I think about 40, and that was a short period. But again, if you have extra and you can catch that, because most of us are not, we're not selling our whole stack. So if you can make a few dollars, what is that? If you can make a few dollars and kind of change up some silver to purchase something else, by all means go for it. No, no spear, just a nick. That body is always, it's always kind of weird because let's see if I can get the light to hit it. Right there, where you see that sheen, right next to the nick, there's like some lines there in the fur, and they kind of contour along that same way that I think it's technically like a die chip or something for the spear goes. So you always have to make sure that that's not what you're seeing when it flashes in front of you. You got to look at those a little close. You don't need a microscope, but it's definitely worth a double take when you see anything weird there. Kendo, what's going on? It's a lovely Saturday. Button Silver Pour. Yes. Um, Detroit Penny Box. Shout. Well, the last time I got coins from Chicago, it didn't work out well for me. But yes, I would totally do a box. I mean, we could swap. I could purchase it from you. That would be great because I'm not going to get back up there for quite some time. So I have your email. I will email you, and we will figure out the details there. But yes, I would for sure like a penny box from somewhere else. It just gives you a better idea of like what other people are getting and what they see. Um, a lot of these days, if I ever care to and can pay the shipping, I'd love to get something from like the West Coast, like hard West Coast, like California. I know it's not all going to be obviously estimate mark stuff, but you're going to see a lot more Denver and that stuff over here. And just because of mintages, Philly's usually the predominant mint with the highest numbers. I'm sure they balance it a little better now with Denver, but historically, Philly's more mintage than Denver or any of the other mints. And so being here, Midwest, East Coast kind of area, we're always flooded with Phillies. We see the Denvers, but it takes a while for them to work their way over, and they're not near as many. So, yes, for sure, I will switch um, a box or buy one from you for sure, Kendall. Oh, now I see. I didn't read the whole comment. My bad. I got off on a tangent. For a pour, I haven't done up all the COAs, but like here is number one. I actually took the time to stamp it. There's a one on there. If I can actually get this to, yeah, see, there's the one, and then there's the button. This one is 21 grams, so a little light. I think this is one of the lighter ones that I poured in this round. And so that's number one. Number two, I gave to Rich at the Gold Depot up there in Crown Point, Indiana, because I'm not going to be getting up there like I am now. That, fingers crossed, should be my last trip up there for my previous position. And I will only go up there if I go up there for like personal reasons or something like that. So I gave him that as kind of a gift. fingers crossed. Hopefully he puts it in like the case and displays it. That would be super cool. But if not, he can do whatever with it. But he got number two because it's just been great going in there over the last couple of years and like really taking my time to shop. They put up with me looking at everything four times. I can honestly say I probably spend like an hour and a half, 2 hours in there when I had time, to spend. So he got number two. But I will of course trade you a hunk of silver for a box of pennies. That is that is definitely going to happen. So Kendall, you have my email, of course. I have yours. I will drop you a line after the stream. We will figure out the details. Estimate mark 70. It's a little something damage. It's not great. We're going to toss that one back. Had a little more going on than the other one that we saved. But, like, I'm trying to still work out some things. I have too much going on, but I have ideas and plans. So this is a square. I bought a couple squares, and this is the smaller. There's a bigger one than this, which is scary because this was 2.5 ounces. And I got a bunch of buttons. I got those ingots. So now you got me off on a tangent. Let's bring this up. Stay. Refocus. Okay, so I got these ingots that I've been making. They just, they look like a big bar ingot, but they're tiny. And so I got this one. I put the logo. I don't know if I messed up on the stamp or not because there's a lot going on with it, with the stacked bars and the YouTube logo and the ring. And it's pretty big. It was a 16 millimeter stamp. So while it's beautiful, it is a pain in the ass to stamp. I have to use a 5-pound sledgehammer and kind of go to town on it to get it to stamp and make sure that it gets everything, and it's a little rough. So you live and you learn, and I'll figure better stuff out hopefully for the next one. But I love the logo, mark, whatever you want to call it. Has everything that you need to know. The channel name, some silver stack, the YouTube logo. I like it. So I got the ingot and then these 2-ounce bars. Um, one of them is like dead on 2 ounces, which when you start pouring, if you ever do, like those are the magic moments where it's like literally barely over, a round number like that. You're so happy. And then the other one's a little heavy, but still within a reasonable range where I'd marked it for 2 ounces. But when you start getting up to like 2.2, 2.3, that's where you gotta either stamp it accordingly, 2.3 ounces, or remelt it and try again, because you don't want to give away too much free silver over whatever the bar's marked for. So I do have these. I haven't finished these completely. They don't have the COAs. They're not numbered for any of the runs or anything. But the bars, I think the 2-ounce bars, if I can continue that, rather than maybe like the 2.5-ounce squares, I'll probably continue those bars. The buttons, of course, I think about 8 more buttons up ready to go. And then more ideas, but I have to get more supplies, molds, and things before I can make some of that happen. But the creative juices are flowing. It's just going to take time, to really implement and hopefully finesse some of those things into existence. I think the casting with clay, or the complete like clay clamshell molding, will be pretty fruitful. It's a lot harder as I look at like Silver Keys and Ringmaster Ray and a lot of the other people. Kevin like makes stuff. He doesn't like pour a whole lot. He is more along the lines of like a jeweler. But as I look at all the other people that pour, Cyclonic and other people, um, it gets real tough. Like the more intricate you start trying to get with it. So trying to find that balance of like easing my way in with the pores and the graphite molds, and then once I'm a little better at that, then expanding it a bit. Well, see, that's now, Craig. You're talking about casting, and there's a problem with that because that's what I was gonna do first. I got my torch. My torch isn't hot enough, right? I have the map gas, the super map gas, but somehow it's still not hot enough. But I don't really have like an insulated oven kind of area to put it in. But that's more of like a cast where you would take weigh up like 1 ounce, put it into a mold, and then fire it until hot enough to melt, and then it takes the shape of the mold. There's two fold problems to that. Number one is the amount of heat that you got to generate, and then depending on how big that oven is, it either takes a lot of fuel to get up to that temperature, or it is very small and you can only do a piece or two at a time. But it's also a lot harder on those graphite molds. At that point, your graphite molds are going to get eaten up almost as fast as you see the crucibles getting eaten up when you're melting your silver in your furnace. So you got to take that as you can. Now, some of the bigger companies have like the industrial setups, and they use steel molds. And I've thought about that. I tried a cast iron skillet. Now, it was a little one. Like, it was real, but in hindsight, probably officially more like a decoration than like anything that was probably supposed to be used. But what happened with that was I knew it was going to take a lot. So I think I had like 12 ounces or something. It was a lot in the crucible. And I just went, I tried to do it number one. And yes, I heated up the skillet in hopes that it would kind of work out. But it didn't. Two things happened. Number one, somehow the silver cooled too fast, which I had the blowtorch on it for plenty of time. So it was about as hot as I could get it without like trying to make it red hot. So I don't know what happened there, but the pour didn't fill the skillet because that's what I was kind of hoping for was like some big round ingot looking thing. That didn't happen. And then in hindsight, once I got the silver back out of it, it had bowed the bottom of that little pan up by a lot, and did caused it to be like extremely fragile. I let it cool down and it cracked and it broke. Um, I think it was just cast iron. I haven't really looked at, obviously it's not steel, but I thought it could withstand some of that. But either too much in the way of temperature change too fast, or it's just nowhere near as strong as I thought it was. But that didn't work either. So I'm trying. Creative juices are flowing, but cast iron didn't work. But steel molds will. But I hear then you have to spray them with releasing agent and stuff like that, which doesn't sound like too much of a problem. But the steel ones are usually bigger, like ingot molds. If you wanted something like a steel mold for something like silver, number one, it would have to you'd have to watch how much detail because of the sticking. Um, the more intricate, the more prone it would be to stick. But also, um, you don't want it to, cause problems with the silver. Trying to pour, it has to be, relatively small, and you'd have to have that machined. The cost is probably prohibitive at that point because like coin dies and stuff like that, you would need relatively smooth surface, and as you use it, especially trying to pour hot metal into it, um, it's just gonna deteriorate. It's weird that the graphite holds up as well as it does. Um, I poured in probably the most used one. Yeah, probably that button mold. And I mean, aside from some discoloration, it still looks as good as the day I got it. It hasn't really started pitting or breaking off any chunks or anything. Uh-oh. Siren's here with her 1 million coins. Siren, good to see you. I hope everyone is well. We got a weird toned nickel coming up here. And a 2007 that looks like a dryer coin. The rim's a little too pronounced. Yeah, nothing special there. Okay, what do we got here? This is our toner. 46. Denver. We'll set that to the side. Certain that we don't need it, but you never know if it could be an upgrade. So Craig got a deal on some silver. What has anybody else picked up while prices are low? Did anyone pull the trigger on a purchase they'd been thinking about for a while, and it became enticing enough at the price point to go ahead and pull the trigger? And I will try to keep my mind on the chat to see if anybody responds to that. I haven't. But then again, too, like I said, most of the shops that I've been to, prices were a little high. A little high. I mean, 26. I don't know. There's always the argument with an LCS. You can probably find it online cheaper. But you got to remember the volume that these online dealers are doing. It's hard for a brick and mortar to compete with that level of volume that most of these online bullion dealers are getting. It is. Now, usually the prices are still, relatively competitive, but generally speaking, you can almost always find it a little cheaper online. But you have recourse with an LCS. You have a shop you can walk back into and say, hey, I have an issue or a question or whatever regarding your purchase. It's physical. You get to walk out with it. You're not waiting on shipping, which, there for a while, especially there right by Christmas. And I don't even think it was like a lot of porch pirates or anything. Just a lot of people started reporting trouble with the mail delivery and, notifications and tracking, and stuff was going to the wrong places. And you hate to hear that happen, especially knowing that most of us have very expensive packages floating around out there. It's unfortunate. Hero is pretty good about that. They send you a follow-up email after they get the delivery confirmation, and sometime later, a couple days or something, just to ask, like, hey, did you get your order? Is everything there? Were you all right with it? Basically asking if you have any, like, issues with it. And I have to think that that's because they care about the customer service. So I remember the first time I ordered from them, I saw that email and I thought that was nice. 58 Denver. That's on the far side. I started keeping a lot of these 50s because I realized, in 40s and the early stuff, because I realize if I ever do try to fill another book, I'm going to need a lot of these. So I was tossing most of them back for the longest time, but now I'm starting to keep some of them just because they're harder and harder to find, especially in like half decent condition. I'm waiting for the next silver price drop. I still buy 1 ounce bars in Canadian junk and some US 90 junk. Everyone behaving in here. Roadhog, good to see you, sir. Roadhog has been periodically, his normal shorts and things, but it seems like the ones that I've been catching recently, I don't know, it's up the YouTube algorithm, but I keep catching his dinner postings. And so I'm like, it makes me hungry. It gives me ideas. I'm like, man, I haven't had like a steak in a while. So um, quit making me hungry over there. Or consider starting a cooking channel or a series. What is this? Hold on. Okay. Okay. Acid, maybe? Jeez. So it's a 2000. Um, acid, salt water, something. That's it's beat up. um, yes, Roadhog, it is good to see you. Though. Glad you're here. Jimmy's here. Oh man, it's wait. Okay, is Constitutional here? Did he? What? Where? Where is he? I didn't. Oh, he is. Oh, holy hell! I missed it. I didn't think he was gonna get in here. He's working, and he said he was sick. So I appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule and your recovery to stop by and say hi. Oh, if anybody wasn't aware, there's a new variant, I guess, out, which is funny. Um, its name is like I know a girl, young girl with that name, and it's Eris, Eris, and then also um, spelled differently, but um, that was a character in Final Fantasy VII, right? But yeah, that's our new variant, and I think they're never going to let us live this one down. I'm not going to get into any hot takes, but I think it's going to be like this. You'll just be chilling. Oh, there's a new variant. Oh, there's a new variant. As the seasons change, there's a new variant. So just keep your health up. Stay active. Go outside, get some sun. Do whatever it is that you do, but stay active. I'm bad for that sometimes too, but I'm gonna get better now that I'm not working from home. A lot more activity, and it's one of the things, like the cubicle life. You start to hate the cubicle, and then I realized that part of the problem working from home is that my cubicle is in my living room in this case, um, and so therefore I hate my living room to a degree. So, um, yeah, I remember thinking before working from home was gonna be like, I was like, oh, if you could work from home, that'd just be like the best thing ever. Like, there's pluses, there's minuses, but at least for me, after a while, it got old. Um, is it easier, childcare and some of the other stuff? Yeah, probably, but it didn't equate to me. I did it for 2 years. I gave it a go. Probably not for me. Now, at least in this context. If it was a different kind of something, maybe. But what I was doing, just, it's more like reports and phone calls and communication and emails and kind of coordinating of sorts. And you're sitting at home. You feel like part of the team because you're talking to people and communicating all the time, but like you feel like somewhat removed, which is that and the leasing is a lot of the reasons a lot of these companies are trying to force returning to those offices because I mean, can people still be productive outside of it? Yeah, there's a lot less oversight and things like that there. There's, again, pluses and minuses. I see their point. Plus, they're paying for these buildings, and they're usually, if you know anything about, corporate and office and warehouse leasing, uh, they're usually longer term leases. So they're on the hook for quite some period of time, or cancellation clauses or whatever those might be. So I'm not going to say they don't have a choice, but the choice is clear. Who's going to suffer uh, on this one, and it's usually going to be the people. Got a couple more dirty ones in here. Werewolf blood. I would I would take some of that. It's only once a month, right? Full moon. Well, I think it happens once a month. Isn't there? Well, there's the new moon, so technically 11 out of 12 months or something akin to that. What the? That's the one bad thing about coins, folks. You get the stuff that's been cleaned out of people's cars. It's sticky. These two are stuck together. I'm not wearing gloves. I should be. 87 Denver, looking half decent. Wasn't 87 like a low mintage year? Or they didn't do, what was it, like mint sets or something? I don't know. One of these days, Ew. I don't have gloves. Yeah, we're just gonna assume that's nothing. What are you? You look old. 46. We're tiptoeing on those silver years. So that makes a 41, 49, two 46s. There wants to be silver in this box. Or some book fillers. And I'm just not seeing it yet. Destiny Heiress. I didn't get into Destiny. I know people that did, but I think like I was working and poor at the time and just didn't have the time or the energy to devote to it. It looked good though. And now what? They're on like, I know the second one came out probably 5+ years ago. They might be on the third, but I did like that. I watched some gameplay. It seemed interesting. But that's the bad thing. When you know how you are with games, there's a decent looking 65 Philly. At least back then, when I had more time, I'd sit and I'd play and play and play. And so I knew I wouldn't have time to get sucked into it like that or to devote to it. And some of those, like, you can't pick up some of these if you'll forget where you're at. what game save. Now, Destiny, maybe not exactly, but something like Final Fantasy, the role-playing games, try to come back to it after walking away from it for a little bit, and you forget where you're at, what you're doing, what equipment you have. You have to kind of like look over everything before you get back started again, figure out where you were. Or at least I do. I have bad memory. Can't remember yesterday half the time. Or how old I am. I've done that like 3 times. I have to sit there and calculate it. Rabies on that last one. Yeah. I used to work in a cubicle, and after a while, you go insane. Yeah, and I mean, I'm here. There's some sunlight and some stuff, and yeah, there's positives and negatives to it, but after a while, it does get kind of tiring, boring. Plus the social aspect of it. Like, I mean, some phone calls and stuff, but like, I'm kind of excited to like go back to like a physical place with this new position and like actually interact with people on a daily basis. See people, say hi, that kind of stuff. Co-workers, on a regular basis. It'll be good, I think, for a lot of reasons. Plus, I know half of the people I'm going back to work with, so already good friends. Yeah, yeah. That's the big thing about silver, Craig, is you look at things differently. I do. I mean, and I know a lot of us do. I look at something, I'm like, yeah, I could do that, or I could get 5 ounces of silver, or I could pick that up, or I could get some silver or some gold, or that coin I've been looking for, um, or send something into PCGS, which I still haven't done. But you get the idea. You start seeing things in the value of what equates to what we see as actual um, value in precious metals and coins and other things. So, like this, luckily I didn't pay for. This was a gift from somebody, and it's a good thing too because it's been a long week. But it's hard. It's hard for me to spend money on myself anyway. Um, not the stacking. Um, and, and a lot of you know that I do spend a lot sometimes, but on that it's not because I feel like I'm buying money with money, but to indulge and buy something for myself, something like that, like a video game, or I mean, heck, even the pouring stuff. It took me. I battled back and forth in my head with that for a while, whether or not it was even worth it to get the stuff to do it. Then I finally, went ahead and bit the bullet and did it. But, you know, I just have problems, spending money on myself. I spend money on other people all day long. The kids all day long. Well, you guys know I do a lot of giveaways and such. Speaking of which, we should get one going here in a minute. But it's hard for me to spend money on myself sometimes. So I don't in a lot of cases. You know, it's probably good. It's not. I try to every now and again. Something at some point. I indulge myself a little bit. I try to make it wise decisions when I do that, but you kind of have to sometimes. Otherwise, it can get maybe a bit unhealthy. But I think as long as you stay reasonable on both sides of that argument, you're going to be fine. What did Roadhog say? I forgot how old I was for a few years now. Well, if I remember, I want to say, and I could be wrong, but I remember you saying you liked the 1987, and I remember buying one and sending you An 87, I think it was just a mint set. Maybe it was a proof set, but I think it was just a mint set. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say you were born in 87. That's just my guess. Because seeing you, hearing you speak, and all these things, I don't think you graduated in 87. You don't seem old enough for that. So I think you were born in 87. Doesn't put us too far apart. 2005, but it's a ocean view. We did have one of those in there was a customer wrapped roll. I think it was the first of this row that we went through. It wasn't anything, it's still not been anything too amazing so far, but we're having fun. Oh, right. Let me check and make sure my dog's inside and alive. And then we'll get a giveaway going too. So let me. I have all this stuff here, and it never fails. It's always in front of the button that I have to click, whether that be the end giveaway button or whatever. It's always in my way. Okay, here we go. Give myself 3 minutes. I don't know what we'll give away, but we'll figure it out. Where's the dog? Mira. Mira. She's in the house. She is alive. Hi, dog. Hi. You're cool. I was just making sure you're alive. She is alive. She was laying down with my daughter, who's phone, friends, all that stuff. Please help me, guys. I'm getting into that age. Phone, friends, dad's not going to be cool anymore. Well, I probably stopped being cool a few years ago, but you get my drift. That's where I'm at. It got here quicker than I thought it would. Okay. We got 2 minutes left. Siren's in there, Roadhog's in there. Craig, of course, and Thomas. What are we doing? What are we giving away? We still got these rounds. These Graham rounds are still some of my favorites. We'll eventually get through them all, probably. But they got like the little Morgan, the Zombucks. We'll do 3 because it's been a while. So you got the Morgan, the Zombucks, Indian kind of looking thing, zombie, whatever. Zombucks is probably trademarked, but you get the idea. And then the one that looks like a cent, which just instead of saying 1 cent says 1 gram, which is kind of cool. Your pores. Oh yeah, yeah. Everybody wants the big stuff. No, I can't pour grams yet. When I figure that out, Siren, I will be sure to load you up. What is that? Is that a D? Yes. But yeah, it's hard. I do have, and I'm really proud of. It was a one-off. It's like one of those little rectangular spots in one of the multi-molds that you get. That, okay, looks like we got everybody. Kendall got in. We still got 30 seconds. We'll let it roll. But it's one of those spots that it's probably reserved for like gold, because not much is going to fit in there. Um, and it was just like a one-off. I think I had like a little bit left. I knew it wasn't going to be a full whatever else I was pouring. So I just quickly just poured it in that one little spot just to do it. And it poured all right. But the key part of it is it's exactly half an ounce. Exactly. A little half-ounce bar. I haven't stamped it up or done anything to it. It's about this big. Um, but it's perfectly 1/2 ounce. So I was pretty happy about that somehow. Okay. And we are up on time. The buttons behind the camera, of course, and it's Thomas Tone. So, somewhere in here I have bags. Here's a bag. I don't know what it's for, but now it's for Thomas's stuff. So, I'll put that in there. Get this thing moving. I know it's not going to me. Alright, so I'll throw this up here. Man, I haven't had a giveaway to send out in a while. It's been a few weeks. Did the videos and things. Florida. Shopping at Coin Guy. I wish I'd had more time. And I definitely wish I had brought more money. That was not for the thumbnail. I really should have brought more money down there. His shop, even Speg's videos, where he's in there, he doesn't sweep around enough, I don't think, and he's more focused on the conversation. He doesn't show like the cases. There was some stuff in there that I just, around here in the Midwest, some of it I'd never seen, like those Russian coins, or just some of the other, like, he had a lot of jewelry, and it's a rare coin shop, like, specifically, and so the sky's the limit on that. And they showed me like a $4,000. I cannot remember what it was. Maybe it was early gold, but it was like a $4,000 coin. Because I asked them what they had that was like weird, and different, and not gonna see often. And they pulled that out and showed me that. I forget what it was. There was so much stuff I completely forgot. But that was a good shop. I spent a lot of time in there. It was busy. It was a Saturday when I went, so he didn't have very long hours. There's a really nice looking 1960. Hold on, let's take a look at that. But it was probably 4 to 6 people in there, I think, the entire time, if not slightly more at different points. So it was kind of rough. And to get like counter space to not be over top other people. 60D. That looks really clean. We're gonna keep that. It's probably still just like AU, but really clean. Another 70S. Not hateful. We'll keep it. So I did that, and then I went to another coin shop. This one was weird. Let me end this giveaway complete. This one, I'm not, okay. I'm gonna dog anybody. And I'm not, but the guys had been in business for a while, I'm guessing as like a team. And so, and I have a very peculiar sense of humor myself, and a lot of people don't get it. Um, you know, when I make jokes or I use sarcasm and things, it's perceived as bad timing, or they don't get the reference, or whatever. So I get, like, when your humor falls on deaf ears. um, I understand that. These guys had me falling on deaf ears because I was not picking up what they were putting down. Um, they were like, there was some miscommunications. I'm about the business of the coins for the most part. And I'm trying to go through that, and there was a lot of odd back and forth, that I didn't like. And then there was one point where I asked about something. It was wall hanging, like these. It looked really cool. It was probably going to be out of my price range, but I'm still going to ask. Um, and I said, "Is this for sale?" And they said, "Yep." Everything's for sale. Okay, cool. How much do you want for this? There's no price on it. And so the one guy's looking at it, he can't figure it out. He takes it to the other guy, and the other guy goes, "Oh no, that's not for sale." Okay, and so then he tells me about the thing, and didn't make sense. He's saying just numbers. Oh, this is worth 50,000. This is worth, but then he tells me they're counterfeits, and he has it for like examples. I don't know. He went down this long tangent of like, dude, I just want to know, are you gonna sell it to me, and if so, how much? That's all. If you're not gonna sell it to me, cool. I don't need like, some big giant story um, about anything. We don't need to go that much further into it. You're not gonna sell it to me. I don't care what it is. It looked cool. I thought I might hang it on my wall. Turns out no. I did buy stuff from him. Spent a couple $100, and I had some cool stuff, some stuff I hadn't seen, but just they don't get out much or something. They just I wasn't picking up what they were putting down. Maybe if I live in Florida long enough, I'd get their humor or their demeanor, but I didn't. Oh, ruler. Yes, I did say jokes. Yeah, these guys in Florida at the coin shop, um, were just a little off of my sense of humor, and especially when I'm in a coin shop, I will, muck about a bit, but like for the most part, it's kind of business because I'm fighting in my head whether or not I want to buy this thing or not, and so it's a lot of pacing, a lot of looking, a lot of second looking. 57 Denver, right? Yeah. I'm almost certain we don't need it, but we'll see if it's a book upgrade. And so I have a process, and I like the small talk and stuff. But, these guys were just, what was it? There was something. Oh, they had like um gold dipped or plated quarters or something, and they wanted a fortune for them. And these things looked like they had been circulated and then plated, right? So they're not like pristine or anything. Um, and they wanted, it wasn't all of them. It wasn't like a whole collection, but it was like 20 or something. They wanted way more than I thought they were worth for sure. I was just passed on that. And there was a couple of things with them that I had to pass on just because their prices were, I don't know, man. I think maybe they think somebody from out of town's coming in, and I'm not saying that, but touristy areas always seem to have like higher prices. Um, I was there on business, so I wasn't going for the prices. Plus, I'm cheap anyway. I don't like parting with my money. No, they knew what they were doing. I just feel like somehow I don't know, they get away with it down there is maybe a good way to put it. I don't know. It wasn't working on me. But then again, I've seen people like that. What is this? Dirty. Is it a 50? Is it a 50? No. 59. Denver. That looks like it's seen some things. I'm almost certain we don't need to keep that. Let me look at the book just to make sure. I'm almost certain that's not like low mintage or anything. And I wouldn't want to keep this in that state anyway. Oh, we did get a 50 at some point. 59 Denver. Yeah, well, yeah, 160 million. Actually, on that one, the Phillies, the low mintage. That's rare. So we did. So somewhere, I picked up the 1950 Philly. We still need the 50 Denver, 51S, 52S, 38D, 38S, and 39D. We are down to 6, folks. And then I'm done. I quit YouTube forever. Giving up all of this. Just want to fill this book and then be done with it. Frugal is the term, and there's no problem with being frugal. That's well said. But nobody would look at my house that I'm currently living in and go, this guy is frugal. They'd be like, fix that shit. And I am fixing. It's just a slow fix. Like, I have spackling on the walls that need sanded, and things are in process. I've had the paint for months. I remember telling you guys on a stream some time ago that I had the paint, because I forget who it was, but somebody was asking me what color it was. And I said it's like a gray something. And so that was forever ago. And I still haven't started painting. So that gives you any inkling into, okay, just a 64, what's going on with me. But this position change should be a lot less hours at work. Well, a lot less overtime at work. And so then hopefully freeing up some time for me to accomplish some other things personally and professionally. So spend some more like actual time with the kids a little bit. Like, it's not that like I'm here, but like if it's a Saturday like this morning and I have some work to do, I'm here, but I'm over there, at that desk, kind of attention diverted, and you're here, but you don't feel present. I have coin books as well. I've completed most of them for the Lincoln Pennies, Jefferson Nickels, Washington Quarters, and more. I wanted to start the Mercury Dime book and the Peace Dollars. I know somebody who likes Peace Dollars. That would be a good book to start because that's not too far. What'd they go? Like 21 to, I don't even think they made it into the 40s. Like 30 something? Okay, Google. What years did the United States make the peace dollar?
According to Wikipedia, the peace dollar is a United States dollar coin minted for circulation from 1921 to 1928 and 1934 to 1935, and beginning again for collectors in 2021.
Okay, well, at least it's up to date. So, what's with the 6-year gap? I guess I never really paid that much attention. 21 to 28 and 34 to 35, which basically means 34 and 35. That's weird. It's an odd book. Um, okay, peace dollars. I get that. I like Morgan's better, and that's funny because I was talking to this person about the peace dollars, and they're like, I like peace dollars. I like Morgan's. Like, I don't. I look. Um, I look at the peace dollar. I don't know what's wrong with it. The spiky rays or the back's okay. It's the obverse I think that just like doesn't do it for me. But then I'm talking to that person and they're saying the Morgan dollar looks like a man. Um, and now that's burned into my head. But I still like the Morgan dollar better than the piece. I don't know why, but I do. But to each their own. Um, the Mercury Dime book is it's a little rough, because it does get expensive there towards the end. But most of it, as long as you're not looking for like BU, can be got relatively cheaply. And then your 16D. I don't know if you want to get it raw and put it in the book. That's where I'm at now because I hate looking at the blank spot. And I know Johnny T came and told me what to do to fill the blanks and to make myself feel better, but it doesn't. So I gotta find a really bad raw 1916D, a real one, hopefully, not some of these bad fakes that you see on eBay, but a real one, and throw that in the book, like a low grade one. I know mine that's slabbed is low grade, but it's certified, so it's still expensive. So in the raw, if I get lucky, I can find it for like four, maybe between 4 and 600 if I'm lucky. Um, we'll see. But I want to get one for the book because it just bothers me every time I pull that out and look at it. Plus the book, they're nicer Merc dimes. They're not stellar by any means, but they're in pretty good shape, all of them. And so it's gonna suck putting a not so nice 16D in there. But what are you gonna do? To get a nice one, it ain't going in that book for sure. It's worth too much. There's a 53. We'll set that aside. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, Craig beat me to it. I use Google for a lot in terms of coins and things like that, or just asking random questions. Um, it makes me feel all futuristic. I was thinking about that as I was driving the other day. If you'd have sat down when I was a kid and said, like, you're going to have all the maps you could ever want with you at all times when you're driving, you won't need to know how to get anywhere. You'll be able to talk to your car and tell it to do things. Call this person. Hey, tell me where's there a sushi restaurant? And, like all this stuff that we can do now that we don't really think about. I would have thought we'd be living in like some futuristic utopia or something. Like, oh, we've done all that, then surely we've gotten over all of these other problems, right? No. Nowadays they're just mostly distractions to keep you head in the sand and paying that mortgage and going to work. Because that's really the thing, right? That a lot of people don't talk about. They talk about retirement. They talk about financial freedom. A lot of us do. Um, it's it's the chains, right? It's not it. I could care less about financial freedom. I really don't. The only reason I care about financial freedom is because, unfortunately, to some degree, this world is pay to play, and I want to set my kids up, hopefully, as well as I can, and do as well as I can while I'm here, and unfortunately enjoy some of this, and not live in, squalor or anything, but like that's when people talk about that. That's really what they're talking about. Um, is the ability not to have to kind of completely bow to the whims of others. You're always going to have some of that. You got to pay taxes on your land. So, like, you own it, but you never really own it. We all know that whole thing, and all of this. But there's a point where you can pretty much not have a job. If you wanted to go off grid, you could. It's a different kind of life, but you could, and then you don't have those utilities and that over you, so you don't need a lot of money. You can get your existence down pretty well, um, without the finances. Now, a lot of people choose to go the other way, but that's what people are talking about. They just want the freedom, and unfortunately, you need the finances in a lot of cases, or a lot of sacrifice going the other way, to do that and not have to do the rat race. So that's why I'm cheap. We got a really dark nickel in this customer wrapped roll. I don't know if that means anything. It's not like crazy dark. It doesn't look like a war nickel or anything. But it's right here on the end. 76, just dark, nothing crazy. Not quite like buried in the ground level, but normal. All in one atlas. Yeah, I remember uh, maps. I actually have. Um, it's a book. It's not like a fold out map, and I don't know why it's a book, but I got a book. I now see now I feel like we're getting too personal, but you guys are my friends. So in my bug out bag, which probably needs an update, but we'll say in my supplies, um, I have a paper map book of the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Now I'm sure it's somewhat outdated. Now I'm sure it's not the most detailed, but if I needed to get somewhere, it would get me there on this continent. I guess we are. For the most part, I don't know South America. If I'm getting down there, then something is severely wrong, and I'm way off course. But you get the idea. Paper maps, because you're not going to be able. If something did happen, you're not going to have GPS or these electronic devices to get them around. And even if you could, or you're going to have the electricity to charge it. Okay, you're old. It's a Denver, but it's just a beat up 61. I was hopeful. So, I was better at navigating too before GPS. I got real lazy real quick. Now, I mean, I know I could probably figure it out and I'd be okay, but I get real anxious now if I don't know where I'm going or I don't have GPS to tell me where to go. If I'm in an area that I don't know, like legitimately, because I like to know where I'm going at all times. $73, $64, $87. Yep, not the best customer wrapped roll. Still got at least one more that I see in the box, customer wrapped. 87D. What am I missing in the chat? I'm sure I'm missing something with all of that ranting that I've done. You're putting your D in where? Constitutional. Welcome back. The kids bugging you again? Everyone is set these days on being an aristocrat and living in luxury by making the rules or people rebel in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, I I don't know how it's gonna go. I don't think. I think in a lot of cases, hot take, I guess is what they're calling them now. But here's my hot take. Pretty sure most of the people around the globe, for the most part, have lost control of their governments. That's a very broad statement, and if you get it, you get it. I'm not saying like we live in a oppressive regime, as people would argue. There's a penny in this one. There's a penny in my nickels. But I don't think most governments truly act and reflect in their actions and their policies the will of the people. And I know the people, the collective, and all that. It's very, again, a very vast spectrum of voices and thoughts, and yeah. But I just don't think it matches up, and probably hasn't for a while. Um, like look at, is it Kenya? Some of them African countries. Um, that the country is like standing up almost as a whole, or majority for sure, for their values, for whatever. We won't get into specifics, but the country says this is what we believe in, this is our values, whatever. And then now you have other countries and systems kind of like bullying that country for standing up for what it believes in. And whether it's right or wrong, in whose ever eyes, that's what they choose to believe, and that's how they choose to go about their lives, and what they value. So, like, how can you tell them that they're wrong? I don't think they're like hurting anybody. So, like, that's where it starts getting weird. And I remember when I saw that, and then like all these other news outlets and countries and places were basically like shaming them. And it's like, isn't that what the government is supposed to do? You know what I mean? If you want super high taxes in your country, go for it. You're gonna suffer the benefits or the um, fallbacks of whatever those policies are, those taxes or whatever you're doing. But at least you chose to put yourself in that situation. I don't get it. Now we get into politics and see what y'all do with this wine. Only half a bottle in. Well, mostly a half a bottle. But yeah, I think just some land. I'd be happy with some land in a few years. So like my neighbors aren't close. You know, I have land. I can have animals. You know, do some stuff like that. Enough room that like family can visit, hopefully, and be somewhat comfortable and have the luxuries that they want. What is this? 78D. Um, you know, something like that. I don't want neighbors right next to me. I remember recently I was Kyra and I were going to a coin show of all places. It was when I was returning that Stone Mountain, and we were going, and it took us. We had to make a stop, so it took us like out in the middle of nowhere to kind of get there. And we were talking about houses and things, and I was showing her. I was like, "Look out here," and we're more country, rural kind of area. I said, "You see how there's a house? And you drive for a minute, and then there's another house, and you drive for a minute, and there's another house." I said, "This is probably a better spot. Like this is where I would like to be, you know." And I explained, like, I want neighbors. I don't mind neighbors. I just don't want them on top of me. I want to have enough land and enough yard that they're over there. And if I want to say hi or I do need something, I could go, you know, talk to them. But you know, they're not gonna stop me in my driveway and try to involve me in whatever they got going on. You should probably teach your kids how to read a map. Don't you tell me what to do with my children, Siren, Silver Stash. But that's I. You guys are gonna. Someone's gonna beat me up or something after this. But neither one of my kids fully know how to ride a bike yet. I know how that sounds, and I've tried it different times. But time, area, weather, all of these things play a factor, and there just hasn't been enough solid time on the bikes. And then I got rid of them when we moved to the apartment. Yeah, I think when we moved to the apartment after the divorce, and I haven't bought them again. And the kids and I were talking about this the other day. But the funny thing is, yes, dog. Are you snoring on my live stream? What can I do for you? What can I do for you? But what can I do though? What? You want to get up here? You want to get up here? You want to be famous? You want to be famous, or you just want to be outside? She wants to be outside. I don't know why you don't go bug Kyra like this. She doesn't bug the child to take her out. She bugs me. Yes, I love you. Let's go. There. Dog Wilkins. Okay. Back to it. So here's our 5 cent penny. At least it's copper. So maybe it's actually worth 3 cents. We'll throw that up somewhere and we'll put that in with our copper. I don't know how that happens. I mean, I know how it happens, but it's upsetting when that happens. But like, when we were talking about this the other day, me and the kids, they don't really seem to care. And I'm running it back in my head. Okay, so like they've had different things. Like the hoverboard thing, the foot paddly thing. We've had that, or we still do somewhere around here. And they can do that. They like that. Um, but like the bike, is it really necessary? I don't know. Should we? Yes. But like even this, like the summer and went, came and went, quicker than I can even register that it was here. And that's upsetting because we didn't get to enjoy it near as much as we would have liked. But at least here in Ohio, the winter can last for 5, 6 months. So really, you only get. I'm preaching to the choir for most of you, but you really can only get so much time where it's bearable to be outside in any method of time. And then it's not like it's a different world out here. I can't just kind of let them ride and keep an eye on them from the house. I pretty much have to be out there. I don't like the helicopter parent, and I really try not to, but I don't trust people. I'm not gonna let my kids just kind of roam out there and play, even in front of the house or like down the block and stuff. Like, would anything happen? Hopefully not. But if it did, I would never be able to forgive myself. So I try to balance that. And honestly, they don't want to go outside and play. A lot. They do, but not a whole lot. Your kids don't know how to ride a bike. That is okay. You can still teach them. Some kids these days lack common sense and don't know how to do math. You say that. Um, my daughter can do math. She despises it. She can. It's been a battle over the last couple of years because it's getting harder, and she puts in the effort to do the bare minimum, which is I'm not, I guess I'm not too hateful on it. She learns it, she knows, but she just has no interest in it, doesn't like it, not her thing, and that's okay. But yeah, and I will teach them, or they will learn through some method, and they've done it. They just never the training wheels, and then my son's pretty close. I think my daughter was almost there, but she gets scared. Um, you know, stopping, falling, that kind of stuff. And so, for those reasons, she, I think, kind of gets in her own head and makes it harder than it actually is. And so that's her thing. That my son, he had the small bike at the time, and he's still not got that growth spurt yet. If he was right now, he'd probably be able he'd probably be able to ride a 16-inch pretty well. 20 might be pushing it. With the size that he is, I don't know. Yeah, probably a 20-inch would be pushing it. So he'd probably be size 16 now. So like when he's trying to learn, he's on them little tiny kids bikes, and I don't know too many people that ever really take the training wheels off of those things. Kids usually outgrow them before that. So I don't know. I'll get there. It's a different world out here now. I know my neighbors, but it's not like we hang out. I'm cordial, friendly. I can go talk to them if I need something, but like, people just kind of we've separated. We all of the closeness of the internet and technology has actually kind of pulled us a little further apart. We don't have as much direct community locally as we used to. Small towns still kind of do, um, but in like these cities and things, like people, neighborhoods don't take care of each other anymore. It's not like the neighborhood's watching out for the neighborhood's house. Like, when that family's gone on vacation, everybody knows they're on vacation and everybody's a little extra watchful, right? Or they see something weird, so they, raise the alarm or whatever. People don't do that, you know. In some cases, the wrong neighborhoods, your neighbor might break into your house when you go on vacation. So, um, it's just the deterioration of society, I think. Getting too deep? Getting too deep for YouTube. Okay, somebody keep me on the level. We still got half a bottle of wine to go. It's only 9:20. A Roman walked into a bar, held up 2 fingers, and said, "5 beers, please." Oh, that's, if you know, you know. That's a tough one to get. That is interesting, though. I wonder if they would use like hand signals for numbers, and I mean, obviously, I would think that that would be 5 instead of 5. Maybe. I don't know. That's thought provoking, ruler. It's a little too much thought for this stream. Okay, it's just dirty. I'm gonna have to switch bins in a minute. What's going on in the chat? Jimmy said hi to Ruler. Ruler said hi to Jimmy. 70 Denver. Like, what you guys just missed was the child came out of her cave, went to the kitchen for perhaps a snack, and then back into the cave. These teenage years are going to be super fun. I'm excited. Okay, so let me switch this bin because we got to... Do I? There we go. We got 1940 here. It's well worn. But again, we are tiptoeing and teasing on some of these earlier dates in those war nickel years, but we just have not seen anything yet. My neighbors and I are all on good terms, and we all watch each other's back. One time, a guy tried to steal my neighbor's car. We all jumped in and beat him with anything. No cops called. That's good. But anymore, like at least here, you're pretty close to probably being able to do that. But I think most of the people around here, if I tried to go knock on their door and introduce myself, maybe 10% success rate of anyone who would be like, oh yeah, here's my number, call me if you need me, or if you need anything, stop by. I just don't think a lot of people are interested in that anymore, at least here. In different areas might be different. Now, my direct neighbor here and the one over there, yeah, I've talked to him. I forget his name because he introduced himself to me once, briefly, and that was it. And I forget his name, but we still talk. And now it's one of those neighborly things where I'm too embarrassed to admit that I don't remember his name. So maybe one day I'll get a piece of his mail and then I'll remember. But he's cool. He works a lot. Over here, it's a family, so they're cool. We talk often. But yeah, most people don't have that. I don't know what it is about Ohio. There's a lot of sticking to yourself. Or at least there is now. When I was a kid, yeah, we knew all of our neighbors, the husband, the wife, the kids, like everybody, like up and down the block. Like I'd be like, that's so and so's house, that's so and so's house, that I knew everybody. But it's just it's gone now. Either that or I killed it. I don't know. One or the other. By the time I bought a house, nobody was doing that kind of stuff anymore. Plus, if you are a parent in the right circumstances, try setting up a play date. Okay, or hold on. Let me specify. Try being a single dad and setting up a play date. It's a little rough, let me tell you. So, in those cases, like, it's unfortunate, but it's a little harder to manage. It's not impossible, but it's harder. There's been a couple of times I've reached out to different parents or whatnot, and just fizzled out, like, never scheduled, whatever. And, like, I get it. Like, they don't know me, I don't know them, but I'll send my kid to your house if you don't feel comfortable bringing yours to mine. Like, I get it. Cool. Um, willing to do that. Still nothing. Like, a lot of... And then you see a lot of those stories about parents and, like, the kids' birthdays and then nobody showing up. I mean, even the birthdays now, I feel like, have lost something. My daughter got invited to one, and she was the only one besides, like, I think the girl's cousin or something, um, that showed up. So basically, it was like family and my daughter were the only ones that showed up to this birthday party. And, like, this was like a thing. Like, we got invited through, like, the invitation thing given out at school and sent home. Uh, yeah, so I'm assuming, Kyra wasn't the only one to get one. Sure, other girls got it, but Kyra was the only one who showed up. That wasn't family. And so that's, I guess, just how it is now. To some degree. I'd like it to go back the other way, but that's not going to happen in my lifetime. I saw my math teacher walking down the corridor holding some graph paper. I thought, he's plotting something. That is hilarious. Because I was just complaining about graphing paper earlier. When I'm running through the store looking for school supplies, trying to find wide ruled loose leaf paper, and all I kept running into somehow was graph paper everywhere. I was upset. Roll was very tight. This so far, we're on the second to last row. We're making our way through it. Really dark 78, which is probably buried. And so far, this is a really lackluster box. You can't win them all, though. There's been some old stuff. Not entirely unentertaining. I just wish there was something a little more. Ooh, wait. Was that 88? Yeah, 88. What happened there? Yikes. Big chunk. 96. Huh. Yeah, it can be, but you hear about those stories all the time. We will do another giveaway. It's been a minute. The dog is still outside. Yes, I know. The dog is still outside. It's summertime. She's not going to die. Hot, but it's not too hot. So, we will get another giveaway going. Where are the grams? Open it up. What two can we pull out this time? Try to make them different. Okay, so we got the bust looking with the lights not doing it a whole bunch of justice. There you go. Okay, we'll keep coin theme, and then we'll go with the seated as well. So, 2 grams. Giveaways open. Let me go get this dog before she wants to start to claw at the door. Come on, little girl. Here you go. Here you go. That's a good girl. Good girl. Okay. So the giveaway's open. Ruler's in. Kendall's in. Thomas is in. The only thing that's not in are these rolls. Very normal as we get down here to the bottom of this box. Maybe an upgrade somewhere. Definitely some old stuff to keep. The 40 doesn't look that one. It's really worn. 40p. I'll have to look at the mintage again, but probably not worth keeping. It's a book filler at best, and I don't think it's rare enough to really be a book filler that anyone needs. But I think that's about the worst looking one on the table in front of me. Jimmy's in. Of course he would be. Siren left me. How dare her? How long ago did she leave? Forever. I had to scroll all the way up here. She left when Ruler got here. I'm just saying. Ruler. Now my chat messed up because I'm scrolling. Oh, Josh is here. Josh, welcome in. Ooh, what's that? I'm gonna put this on somebody's silver. What the world happened to you? It's got to be like an 86. Let me bring this down. get somebody's silver out the way. It's a bust and a seated Graham. Yeah, that's got to be an 86 Philly. Okay. Obviously, like post mint damage or road nickel or something, but it's in a very specific pattern across. Interesting. Okay. Oh, we are up on time. Let me. So you know, the button is literally right behind the camera. So I have to go all the way like this. And it's lucky Jimmy Lucari. We call him Lucky for a reason. Jimmy wins a lot of stuff. He wins a lot of stuff on this channel, for sure. Almost always have something on their way. Thomas has won at least a couple of things. Kendall's won a few. Kendall's won, last I remember, the specific mailing was a pretty decent one. Yeah, over here, I think it spreads out pretty well. Siren and Roadhog, probably the top two as far as giveaway winners in the grand scheme of things. But other than that, I think it spreads out pretty even. So let me complete that so it goes off of my screen. We will continue on with making cents count. 74. You got a weird looking something coming up. But there's only like 5. Yeah. Thanks, Ruler, I think. Oh, wait. That wasn't Ruler. That was Jimmy. Yes. And that's the good thing about my streams. I don't know why. I don't want them to necessarily do better. I mean, I guess I'd be lying if I say I wouldn't. But I can barely keep up with like 70 of you in here anyway. So it's probably better this way. But I look at some of the other channels. Maybe I'm just not as upbeat and exciting, I don't know. But I look at some of the other channels and they have like 30, 40, 50, 100 people in their coin hunting streams. And I'm like, what am I doing wrong? I got the cameras. I got chat words. I give away silver. Like, what gives? Who knows? I'm not everybody's cup of tea, that's for sure. There's a decent tone on this. It's hard to see, but you kind of see some of it there. It's got that yellowish tone, but it's a 2021. There's that one we thought was something. It's a 1990. It's just super dirty. It's the one thing nickels are bad for. Like, the dirty ones look like they might be something because of war nickels. You don't get your hopes up, but, you know, you kind of do at the same time. You see something that looks a little old or a little off color. It's usually something buried. 2023. What was it? Daniel from Coin Help You. I don't know if it was a recent video or something I just caught, but he did like a top 10. Was it coins he got graded? I think it was. Or something to that effect. And he had. There was like a. It wasn't a restrike. It was like a die repair or something. I forget what he called it, but it was on the nickel. A nickel. And basically it was on the ponytail piece. What in the world? Okay. So basically, is on the ponytail piece, like down here somewhere in that last little bit of it. They had done some kind of like dye reworking or something, and there's something there, some extra material or something slightly different. And I think he said it was like $4,000 after he got it graded. Again, don't quote me, but something to that effect. I don't know. I don't study my varieties enough. to know all of the nuances. That's why I need a dedicated spot to hunt so I can get the mats out and have all the lists. I could print it up, but it's not the same. I need it like right here. And then I'll separate things like other people do and be more professional. But until then, I just do what I do. I probably, with pennies and other things, I'm sure I throw stuff back that people find. I'm not looking at everything. I look at the AMs, try to, close, wide, you know, um, other things, obvious signs, obvious doubling, but it's, it's very tricky to find some of that, especially in bank boxes nowadays. You're not going to find like a true 55 double die or anything like that in a bank box, unless somehow somebody dumped a raw one, which I'd like to think they wouldn't, but you never know. What's going on in the chat? You can't see it's what? Wait a minute. I missed the start of the joke. I think I've won twice here, both back to back when you started streaming. Yeah, probably. Siren a lot. Constitutional a few times. You look pretty. What are you? Okay, so the back looks really good. It's probably 80s. Oh, wow. Hold on. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. We're keeping them. So the other one we have that we thought looked good was a 60. This one's a 65. Now, there's still a bit of chatter and stuff, but it's in pretty good shape. 60D, comparatively, not as nice. Try to keep it easy. I mean, in all honesty, depends on how long the stream is. They're all about the same, though. I think some of the shorter ones I've done were like an hour and a half, but we're talking, they're all usually about 3 hours or so. And so, if we're doing 3 hours, there's usually about 3 giveaways, maybe sometimes more, but usually at least about 3 in there. Pretty good odds. Sometimes it's dimes and quarters. The only time I've given away slabbed coins, Donna S has been the only one to win both of those. And it was like, it wasn't back to back, but it essentially, like, I did one, then sometime shortly thereafter I did another, and she won both of them. It's the way, I guess, the world works. She's a very lucky woman. But it's the only time I've given away slabbed coins. Actually graded coins. I've given away some of the things in like the plastic holders, but they're not slabbed. And that was an 80-something dime, and whatever year it was like the matching nickel, I think. Have to go back and look, but I'm fairly certain. Like 86, 87 maybe? I don't know. Shy Guy, welcome in. It's good to see you, sir. I hope everything is going as well as it can. I hope Becca's doing good, and you guys are doing well as a family, as a whole, but her specifically in regards to her health. Welcome in. Not much going on. We're about half a bottle of wine in. Over halfway through the coins. nothing major to speak of. Here's another 1940 that just poked its head out of the stack. So we're dancing with some of that older stuff, but no silver to be found yet, which is fine. We'll see if we have book fills or anything. Things are pretty good. Becca is awesome. Thank you kindly. Well, good. Because, you know, the community, you know, it is on YouTube, but, you know, you gotta do what you can. We all can't obviously keep in touch all the time. And I know stuff comes up. People go through phases where they're not really on YouTube. Whether you're talking about creators or, you know, community members, spectators, whatever have you, you know, it's touch and go. I mean, this is more of a hobby slash entertainment for most of us. Even some of us on the creator side, we do this like me now because I'm bored and I would do this without you, but it's more fun with you. So you try to keep up with people, but I don't email that much. Um, you know, and so I'll do some of that back and forth, but basically, I mean, heck, some of the people I have their number and I still don't talk to them. You know, like often. I won't like reach out specifically or anything. So, like, it's friendly, but like I'm more reserved. So, unfortunately, this is sometimes the best place to get updates for people that I don't directly keep up with on a regular. But I still do care, you know? It's just that we all have our lives and we're all busy people, right? Yeah. We're down to 6. Okay. So, on to it. Plus the kids, man. Raising kids. What was it? There was a comedian. I think it was Bill Burr. It was, you know, one of his more colorful bits about, I think, like people being racist or whatever. And it is like the time warp kind of idea that, like, you know, back then, like, this is how we all thought. And then you get married, you have a couple of kids, you raise them, and then, you know, like 20 some years later, somebody shoves a microphone in your face and you say something stupid. And I can't do it justice, but if any of you have ever seen it, it's like basically like, well, that's what we all think, but then all of the people that think that along with you are dead now. So you're now a contrarian, and you didn't realize that like time had passed you by. That's what it's like when you have kids. That it just disappears. All too often, people say that, you know, like, oh, cherish it. And I try to, but it's disappearing faster than I feel like I'm trying to sometimes. So, take that for what it is. All of us parents should be rewarded for just getting up in the morning, I think. Yeah, Bill Burr is hilarious. If you've ever watched, it was one of the things that I don't know if it like made him famous, but it helped early on. It was like this really bad show somewhere. I don't know, East Coast somewhere, Jersey, New York. I don't know, but like everybody was bombing or something. The crowd was just horrible. One of these things, and he went out and just like ranted on the crowd, like insulting them, whatever, like this long thing. And it's still on YouTube. You can find it in different places. But that rant kind of, and the funny thing is that's him. And I think in that moment, he kind of realized, like, being himself, people found hilarious, you know, as the video became more popular and people started seeing it and you know like the rumor got out about it and people started finding it. um he kind of realized more so that like he could be a little more of himself and people would still um you know like it and kind of attract to it. So now his comedy reflects a little more of that, It's a little more off the cuff, a little more crude, I guess, in some circles, but hilarious. Bill Burr is just great. He's one of the few that, like, no matter what he does, like specials or any of that, like I'll seek them out and watch them. If I hear about him or he's got something new coming out, or even if there's like a podcast with him as a guest, like I'll watch it even if I don't normally like care about that podcast, just because I like hearing what he has to say. Okay, guys, I'm falling asleep. Roadhog, that is perfectly all right. You get yourself some rest. These days get long. I'm not planning on going to sleep anytime soon. That's just my situation, but I get it, man. I went to sleep kind of early last night. Was it last night? Yeah, it was last night. I got back from my trip and was pretty drained. I did what I needed to do, got the kids situated, and then went to bed. You need to do that sometimes. Like every so often, you need just like a lot of good rest to recharge your batteries. I know people that can function on like very little sleep for long periods of time, but the older you get, the harder that gets to maintain. And then at some point, there's like the 12 or 13-hour sleep session that just happens regardless, whether you really want it to or not. Okay, we got something dirty, but I don't think it's gonna be anything. We need 53. Ooh, 53S. I don't think we need it. I thought we said 51 and 52. Yep, 51 and 52. I don't know. That might be a book fill, though. Set it off to the side with the S's. Continue on. That's amazing. The S's are a lot harder to find in the nickels. Is that an S or a D? I think it's an S. It's beat up, though. Probably nothing will keep. Yeah, it's an S. Yeah, a little too rough. Oh, yeah. Okay. Stand-up comedy. I watched probably for like the better part of a decade. Like my entire like as Netflix was getting popular and actually streaming and doing all of what it does now, I would just go to sleep to stand-up comedy. Like almost doesn't matter who, but I would throw it on when I was going to bed. And so if somebody's done a comedy special in the last like 10-ish years, I've probably seen it. Some cases multiple times. I like, laughing, comedy, humor, very important. And not, I don't like everybody, but, you know, I like that time to just sit and laugh, hopefully. And then kind of like makes you forget about whatever you have going on. Oh, Nickel's here. Welcome in, sir. Nickel stacking. The man up north. And I am attempting to stack these nickels. It's not going well. I mean, as well as it could. Here's, I dropped it. It's gone. It's dead to me. It's gone. Um, I had a really nice 2023 that had toning on it already somehow, like that gunmetal kind of look. How it got there within a few months of being made is beyond me, but it had, now it's on the floor. I'm not going for it. 88. My daughter thinks she's slick, so it's 10 o'clock. She quietly shut the door, hoping that I don't notice and hoping that I forget that school's starting up in like 2 weeks ish. Yeah, a week and a half. And probably trying to stay up a little later. There's a rusty nickel. Look at that. Looks like it was in the bottom of somebody's toolbox. She does that. She'll try to get one over on me by hoping I'm busy or distracted with you fine people. She got me last night for a little bit. I think she was up till like 11. Pushed it a little. No, 10:45. I think, because then I think I was in bed by like 11. Yeah, probably. Something like that. Or at least laying down. Is anybody else like, I used to fall asleep so easy, and I still do sometimes, but then other times I just have trouble falling asleep. And I'll be tired. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like my body's too active or something, but just occasionally, just I don't. I wouldn't quite call it insomnia. Eventually, I fall asleep, but I fight it for like an hour or so before I do. Nope. Shy Guy's out. Take it easy. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for stopping by. Glad to hear the family's doing well. $47. Not in terrible shape. That's okay. Philly. That's in nice shape. I don't know if it'll be a book upgrade, but it's weird. Early on, especially with the other books, the newer ones, I got some really nice examples. Pretty early. So like my 60s and 70s are all like really nice. It's hard to upgrade anything in that range. But, you know, the 50s, the 40s, this is really my area where if I'm gonna upgrade, it'd be in here. 59. We'll keep it up here and at least look at it later. But yeah, my other two books that I put away, maybe there's a couple of the newer ones that I could have slightly better ones. But for the most part, I got real lucky with those books. After really going through them a couple times, I don't think there's a whole lot to upgrade in those. That's why I don't really check that many of them. I mean, unless I get something that looks really good, like these two 60 and 65, I might check those, but honestly, the ones I have in there are probably just as nice, if not nicer. So here we go. Another one of these customer wrapped rolls, and this is our last looking one for the box. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Not much so far to look at. 2023 mixed in there, not the best sign. It's a half decent looking 62. Huh. What are you? 56. Not hateful. Put it up there. Ah, yes. So yes, shortly, I'll have to take a short hiatus to get the child ready for the bed days. I try to be really nice during the summer. You know, I don't let him stay up crazy late, but, you know, midnight, not out of the question. Sometimes, yeah, where appropriate, which is arguable, but, you know, I tried to be pretty reasonable, but then once school comes in, it's a fight sometimes to get him back onto that schedule. She did pretty good today, though. She got up at a decent hour. Fingers crossed we continue some of that. This roll was in the bottom on the last row. It's kind of a little beat up, you know, where it looks like it's been stomped on a few times by all the rolls above it. Let's see if we have anything. Store, crane. R's in there somewhere. Okay, you got the R. A-N-E. I need somebody else start live streaming so I can sit in your live stream and actually play chat words with like my full attention. Because it does look half decently fun to try to get it, you know, guess it right, and looks like you only really get a couple of tries before you fail. But I never get to play because I'm always over here doing this. So, what's gold at? I feel like silver has lost more ground than gold. It's been a minute since I looked. I will check out the charts now. Okay, gold did lose a little. Okay, it's probably proportionate to a degree. Is it 1913, at least on the chart that I look at? Okay, it did suffer some loss. Let's see. We're still on over the bigger picture, not the short, but the longer picture. We're still a healthy way away from a positive crossover, which, if you don't know what I mean, the indicators that I'm currently looking at, you know, it's when you have a downward trend or an upward trend, and a positive indicator would be it looks as if it's going the other direction, and that's where they cross over. Literally, it's not a whole lot to it, but it's not the biggest gap I've seen in recent history, but it's still a sizable one that's going to take a lot to get over. So I unfortunately still think it's got some room to slip. I think gold might be in the high 1800s in a couple of weeks, and silver is sitting 2267 on my chart. We're basically back where we were middle of June, basically. Um, yeah, we're kind of bouncing in this pattern, and I hate when that happens. You're bouncing in between the pattern because then you're very susceptible to outside influence. It's almost as if the market doesn't know which way to go. Now, I know we're going to take manipulation and things like that aside, but when I start seeing, you know, play within like a certain range, I mean, yeah, there's resistance and things at different levels, but aside from some of that, it looks a lot to me like the market's waiting on something to kind of indicate what it should do. And the next thing that comes through, be it hopefully positive or negative, is going to influence the market to move in that direction. So when we start seeing that kind of holding pattern, bad news can be even worse because the market will then take that as an indicator and then move in that direction. So, yeah, don't buy all your Eagles yet, Craig. Wait a bit. Let's see what happens. It might go even lower. I'm still not buying a whole bunch. Um, if it does, if it goes real low, I'll have to pull out some stops and make a purchase or two. But like right now, I think a 10-ounce bar. Let me go. I just go to it's the first bookmark. I go to Hero a lot. Um, Again, most of you know I use them as basically my general litmus test for market pricing. They're just they're not the cheapest always. They sometimes are, but they're always pretty close. Like in the range, I find them to be a nice median listing as far as price goes. And let's not look at some of the premium stuff. Yeah. Okay, so random 10-ounce bar, according to them, for just one, 255 check. Um, Hold on. Okay, the Germania, if you bought enough of them, which none of us would, um, actually gets the lowest price that I'm seeing if you bought quantity, but it's 260 to buy one. Britannia as low as 253, but 260 to buy one. So 255 might be. Oh man, I gotta get some shot. I didn't even think about that. Shot's kind of low. I gotta get some shot. Kendall's gonna be okay. So Kendall's gonna be the first one. Um, it was Nerd, I believe. Nerd bought the one at the Big Flip auction. That was a prototype. Um, Donna S has two prototype pieces from me. And the Gold Depot has one. I think that's the only people that have any of my stuff. So it sounds like Kendall's going to be the first one that's not a coin shop to get. Here's a 1941. What are you doing here? Just a Philly. Why are you not silver? I guess it could be a 42, but still. So it looks like Kendall's going to be the first one to get one of these rounds. And I got to keep number one. And that's the lightest one I got. So most of these, I went through a lot of them, and they're pretty close. I haven't stamped these up for weight yet, but like Okay, that one's actually pretty thin. That's going to be a small one too. So we'll see on that one. But I got some imperfect ones. This one, I know it doesn't look cool, but I think it's cool because it messed up, but it messed up in a cool way. So, and the light's not doing it justice. So the stamp looks weird because it didn't fill because this corner or edge like didn't really fill right, and so it's kind of like pouring over itself and not completely filled. And I mean everything else looks kind of all right, like almost like the silver was a little cold when I poured, or the mold had cooled down a little too much by the time I poured, but it turned into this cool looking like abnormal round. And it took me a minute because of the height difference here to get all of the detail in here to stamp as well as I did. But I got pretty much the whole logo in there. So that one's a little special. And then some of them I tried to stamp on the bottom, the flat side, thinking it would be easier. It wasn't. And so some of them I stamped on the flat side, and then the majority of them I stamped on the top. Like this one is probably heavy. It's actually pretty thick if you look at it in comparison to some of the others. And the stamp just looks better on that top surface, but it's a little tougher to get all of the detail because of how big the stamp is. 16 millimeters from one side to the other and top to bottom because it's round, and just the I think the bars are what really do me in because there's all that surface area right there that it's trying to dig down into, so it takes a lot to, because the metal wants to move out of the way. um, it takes a lot to stamp that. So Kendall's going to be the first one, besides the Gold Depot, to get one of these. It looks like I got to make up some more COAs and then stamp those up. And I'll email him because what's a box of pennies? 25. He's got to ship it. That's not going to be cheap. So I'll probably try to find one of the ones that's a little on the heavy side to trade with him to try to make it, as equivalent as possible. Um, Seeing as how, God, I don't even want to know what it would cost to ship a box of pennies, but I guess we're about to find out. Luckily, it's not too crazy far. It's not like across the country or anything. It's still going to be expensive. I think a box of pennies weighs about, I want to say 35 pounds, if I remember correctly. 70D. What happened? I bought from Hero Bullion. They are great. They they have a lot of stuff that surprises me from time to time, and their prices are just really good the majority of the time. Like, it's hard to find someone on a specific product, mostly, um, someone that can beat it. And also, I know I like my port stuff, obviously, and their cost is lower for sure, but their poured stuff, mostly I saw the 10 ounces, but recently I saw 2-ounce poured bars with the Hero Bullion, stamping on them. And, there's a little premium on them, but for poured stuff, it wasn't that bad as far as pricing goes. Wasn't exactly generic, couple dollars over maybe, but it's Hero stuff. I I do that. Like the Gold Depot, I gave them one of my buttons. I bought one of theirs a while back. At some point, they had MK bars make them up some little rounds, 1 ounces or whatever, and I picked one up from them. Paid a bit of a premium for it, obviously, but I picked one up from them, and then I left them one of mine. So all is fair, sort of. Except I had to pay for mine. They got theirs for free, but I don't think theirs was a full ounce. I think it was another one of those like 20 something ounces. As a matter of fact, I took a picture of it. I got to enter that into the ledger. Can't let that one get away from me. Keeping a ledger of everything that I pour, like officially, with like a record of what it was, how much it weighed, kind of I guess match up the COAs so that like 2 years from now I can say what I did, or oh yeah, this is from the first few runs or whatever. I don't anticipate giving up on this. Plus, it's just fun. I want a stack of my own stuff, whether that be like the squares or whatever I come up with. The bigger bars, it's harder, to do. It's cheap, but it's gonna take me a while, I guess is what I'm saying, to get like a stack of my own poured 10-ounce bars, right? Because it's quite expensive. But maybe, who knows? I'll come into some money and I can buy like 100 ounces of shot and be set for a little while. Because I've seen like Backyard Bullion, like some of his pouring videos, and he just has like that tub of shot just like chilling, and I know it's a lot. And I get that he pours a lot. It's kind of more on the, we'll say, professional side of that, but still a lot of silver, especially when you dedicate all of that to just pouring. Craig, take it easy. Have a good one. I appreciate you. Like, right now, I got this. So, I might have pulled some of the shot out of this. I don't have my scale. It's out in the garage with all the pouring stuff. But, to make up for that, I got buffaloes and one of these, it's the Morgan looking one, which is kind of upsetting, but I'm sure I have another one somewhere. It's gonna get melted. But so right in here, this is probably somewhere between 12 and 14 ounces to melt down there. Still have something out in the garage. Couldn't tell you how much. Probably at least like an ounce or two. And that's enough for me to play with in the interim. I'm not doing anything too large. Is that 91? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? Do you want to go back outside? I don't understand. The dog. It's in and out all day. When I get done with the kitchen, one of the things that's going to happen is a very secure doggy door is going to get put into this, and hopefully she uses it. Let's go. Okay, you're going to be out for a minute. I gave the child a 15-minute warning, so she has 15 minutes to prepare herself for the bedtime. School's rough. I remember. It was one year. God, I forget what grade I was going into. I don't know. Maybe I was nervous. Who knows? But I was a kid, probably like third or fourth grade, somewhere in there. I think maybe fifth. Who knows? But whatever it was, I couldn't sleep. Like couldn't sleep. Like everybody's asleep, still awake. I'm nervous or something. And I made it through it okay somehow the next day on little sleep or whatever. But that was kind of nerve wracking. I remember as a little kid being very worried about the fact that it was like 2, 3 in the morning and I was still awake and couldn't get to sleep. So try to get her back on a schedule so she doesn't have that. That's why I start a few weeks early. And melatonin, like the kids ones, the little baby ones, not every night, but sprinkled in there to help kind of guide them onto that. What are you? Okay, we got a really nice 61, little circulated 61D. It's good enough to keep. It's not as nice as the 60 and the 65 that we have, but still nicer than all of the normal stuff that we're seeing. Alright. So, we're almost done with this nickel box. A few more rolls left. Almost done with this bottle of wine, too. Look at that. I made it. Albeit, the level of entertainment depends on, you and what you think. But it's pretty normal for us over here, right? Except for the bottle of wine. Okay, we get something. Oh, that looks old. Another thing that looks old. Okay, but not dirty. Okay, get you guys out of my way. Okay. So, first up in old category. 46 looks a little corroded. Philly. That one I'm not even going to keep just because of all the corrosion. What's going on in the chat? Is that like a 2-minute warning? Clock stops for certain things? No, the clock doesn't stop. It keeps running. It's a 15-minute warning to warn her that when I do come in there in 15 minutes, not to be surprised by the fact that it's all of a sudden bedtime. Kids are. It's bedtime. Oh, now I'm thirsty. Now I'm hungry. Now I need to use the restroom. Now something, whatever they can come up with to prolong the bedtime. I get a lot of that because I'm a pushover. I'll admit it. What is that? Just like random weird toning. I don't know. It was soaked in something, or maybe that looks like the edge of another coin, possibly. It was sitting on. Still, it's just a 1990. Nothing special. Okay, here's a 56. Denver. Throw that up here in the old category. There's another 56. There we go. One of these days, I'll get this all organized. Until then, it's a mess. Coins everywhere. $75. Unfortunately, nothing. Still a couple of these older looking ones in here. 52. Denver. Okay. Probably won't need to keep it, but we'll put it up there anyway. 78, 80. Okay. Not as old as I thought. Five rolls, counting this one left in this box. Got one that looks a little green, but it's probably moss more so than silver. Dirty ones. I really got to learn to wear gloves while I do this. Okay, so it is just dirty. An 83 Philly. 66 Philly. Yeah. Little too beat up for my taste. It was shiny, but a little beat up. Those extra V pennies, I haven't found one of those yet either. I mean, I do not know how common they are yet. I know I haven't seen one, obviously. But then again, I haven't seen like a whole bunch of 2023 pennies. I can't recall getting like a whole box or even like a big bunch of rolls yet. I don't think. Almost certainly don't think, because I would have put some up and kept some. You know, you get mint wrapped stuff. Always try to keep at least a roll of that if I find it. So the extra V, that'll be something to look for. Last I checked, they're selling eBay for a hopeful like $40, yeah, give or take. I mean, obviously the coin, yada yada yada, matters, but something like that. That's why people get like full bank boxes of things all the time. The halves I kind of get. There's not as much going on with them. But a lot of the others, you get a full box of something brand new from the bank. It's not necessarily a bad thing. You may have a good hunting opportunity for some of those varieties. I mean, you can try to be the one to find them, for sure, and examine every coin. But, you know, you wait a little bit, you hear that something's come out, then you have something to really look for. I obviously heard from it from other people. I haven't, you know, I didn't organically find the information. It was basically presented to me. Okay. So the modern bison, a little chattery on the front, but the back looks pretty good. This is probably in somebody's book, I'm guessing, or something to that effect. And there's also a really shiny 88 here. It's got some stuff on the back, but I was hoping with a lot of these older dates in here, that's a little more on the older non-silver. We had a couple of the really nice 60s in here. I was kind of hoping for more of a collection though. We're like 3 rolls from the end. still fun. Still fun. I'm sure out of all of these coins, we might have one. We still at least have a couple of these nice ones that we're going to keep. Some S's we're going to keep. And then we'll see if anything else upgrades. But we will find out. Okay. So. Dun, dun, dun. You know how nice it is to be able to go to the bank and just dump your coins in a machine. I'm so grateful for the few of you that like pushed that on me and said, "Oh," and I've been to a decent amount of banks in my area. Apparently not the right ones, because they do exist in my town and the surrounding areas, and I eventually found one. And when the machine is working, it's super nice to just go in there and dump a bunch of coins in, get credited for them, and be out the door. I don't even have to talk to anybody. It does it automatically. Just saves me so much time rolling stuff back up, making sure it's right. I should have done that a long time ago, but you live and you learn. Ocean view. Speed up. Bison. Alright, nothing crazy. Alright, we're going to have to figure this out with you guys, because I am going to have to take a break. Now, see, some of these are where I get a little iffy. You know, it's 96. It's probably not the best looking thing. Actually, it looks like it might have all its steps. Maybe. That's saying a lot, but... See, now this is... I've seen some of the full step coins have some, we'll call them blemishes, on the steps, and somehow still get the full steps. I don't know what the criteria is. I'm no expert. I've not been to the A&A summer seminar to learn how to grade, but to me it's either full steps or it's not. And like this, I would not count that. Although they might. I don't know. That's pretty close, if anything. That O looks weird. Looks very heavy on one side. But, yeah. What's going on there? Turn the light down a bit. What the world? This is what I was talking about this shroud. Hold on. We're going to large cam. The S looks funny right there too. See that? Big fat S? Or am I seeing stuff? See the shroud. I can't. Let me turn the light down. Something's... What year did I say this was? 96? 96 Philly. Let's take a trip over to Variety Vista. Let's see if they say anything. Because that O and that S for sure look not correct. So let's see. Let me see what I can find Variety Vista. Wine. Nichols, Jefferson Nichols, 60 to date. That would be DDR 96. Has nothing listed. Interesting. That still seems like something. I mean, again, the light. That O is jacked up. The S is jacked up. Let's see. That S looks a little fat in the center too. This camera is not. Yeah, see? That S? Wait a minute. Look at the bottom of that B. Am I crazy? How drunk am I? Hold on. I'm that drunk. I'm not that drunk. And I gotta put this kid to bed. She just got another 5 minutes. Am I... Like, the bottom of those look melted, right? Somebody tell me I'm not crazy. Right? Now that over here, it looks better. But look at that pluribus. Look at the bottom of the B. And the R and all of that. What the heck is going on there? Okay, hold on. Again, to get this close, I suffer some mobility with the coin. Okay, United looks okay. That S looks super weird. T, the E, they're all suffering something. Maybe that's just dye deterioration or something. I'm sure somebody that knows. I'm gonna go out here a little bit. Somebody that knows would tell me I'm full of it. But like, look at the clef on the bottom of that E. Let me see if I can. I really need to cut this off. The shroud on the camera. But like, look at the bottom of that E and the N. It's like cut off. And that also is what, or something to that matter. Look at the S. I mean, come on. The S is like almost just a blob. It's so close to just being a blob of metal and not an S. And then the serif on that E is gone. Look at the F there. What is going on with this? It's in like half decent shape, so... Okay, anyhow, you guys stare at this. Contemplate my buffoonery. And I'm gonna go tuck this child in. It's like, that's not that bad. That S is really fat. Monticello looks okay, except for that O looks weird. But right there at the bottom of that B, as we got closer, all of that looks really bad. Anyhow, I'll be right back. We'll do this too. Do 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 do. Do that. There you go. All right, I'm back. But see, from up here, it doesn't look as bad as when you get in closer. Don't drink and do coins, people. Like, I guess the B isn't as bad. It looks better from further away, but you get closer here, and that looks really weird. But there's nothing on Variety Vista. Even the top, maybe it's just machine doubling. Like, really weird machine doubling. Well, hello, Donna. I see you now. Sorry. I was putting the child to sleep, and like, look at that. Like, right there, where like the P and the L. Okay, come on, camera. The P and the L almost look like it's dripping off of it. Those little chunk. I'm pointing on my screen like I'm pointing to you guys. I'm not. But yeah, there's something weird going on with this. 96. It's in pretty good shape. I'm gonna keep this one. Where's my flips? Which is horrible, by the way. Especially anything you're going to be looking at under a microscope, but at least this way I can tell it's not just another nickel. And I can mark it and then, look at it later. Or try to see if anyone anywhere has it. Because Variety Vista can miss stuff too. It's good to see you, Donna. Who else has gotten here that I missed? I know Constitutional's been in and out. Kendall says he's got 5 on it earlier. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, chat's not moving that fast, which is good for me. I'm just going to put DDR and a question mark. That way I know to investigate that later. For now, we've taken too much time on that one dime, and we have 2 rolls left. And the kid is now asleep. And we still have some alcohol left in this bottle of wine, so I still have other coins. We might for sure be able to get through the quarters. I don't know about the dimes. Dimes are not near as fun. I don't think I've ever hunted dimes on stream before. They're not that exciting. It's basically check the edges and then move on. So for you guys, not that entertaining. I hear a weird sound in my house. Like a pipe dripping or... Okay, I'm obviously crazy. Stopped. Either that or it's aliens. One or the other. If I don't stream ever again, you know why. So... Oh! I never did it! Oh my god. Somebody smacked me. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Only 3 of you? The button, again, is way back here. Okay, ruler. There we go. Where'd I put him? That was for... well, I didn't put him out. That's why. Okay. That was the long one. That was the long one for the putting the kid to bed. But she's not in bed. She's in bed. She's not in bed. We know how kids are. So I'm going to do 3. Oh, you're going to like this 3. So, for this one, pull this back up. Refocus. Okay, for this, you get the Morgan looking one of my favorites. You get the Lincoln looking one, And you get the Walking Liberty looking one. So let me find a bag. My bag of bags has disappeared. You all have done me a disservice. No, wait, there it is. Thank you. I thought I was out of bags. I gotta buy more stuff, I guess, to get more bags to put things in. Or I could just buy more bags, but I'm lazy. Okay, so this one has Ringmaster Ray scratched out. Now Da Vinci scratched out. I haven't seen Da Vinci in a while. I hope he is doing good. And now, Real Ruler written back in. Boom. All right. Now, to finish this. Well, and so, even with the grams, some of you, since as we talked about earlier, it's the same some of you a lot of the time. Some of you got a nice little stack of grams that you really haven't had to pay for. And if you're if you're gonna get grams, that's kind of the way to get them, right? And the bars were, all right, but these rounds that we're on now have a much cooler designs. I thought with the penny reverse and Abraham Lincoln's okay. That's not really coin-esque, but some of the other coin type designs on these grams is just really cool. So, it is what it is. But, well, heck, I wonder if somebody has like 32 grams that they've won from me in total. And so that would equal an ounce of silver. 31.1. We'll just call it 32. Even though it's probably closer to 31 or 31, but I bet somebody's close. Siren and maybe Roadhog. Probably the best two contenders for that. Because I think Siren was the most I sent out at one time. And I want to say that one mailing was 11 grams, 9. It's either 9 or 11. Something like that. 54. Okay, 54 Philly. We'll put that up here in the stack. Take a look at it. Very interesting box. Tiptoeing on the silver dates. Some older stuff. I thought we had like a 38 or a 39 in here. I'd have to look. I don't see it in front of me. Maybe 40 was our newest. Or I'm sorry, our oldest, but I could have swore we had 30 in here. The very weird box to have this many early dates and no silver. Usually you start seeing a bunch of early stuff, you're in for a treat. I am somewhat envious, but not as organized as some of the people that keep like the tallies on the screen. I see Matt Copperow does it. Diggin' Dave does a really good job of that. Hunting Southwest keeps like literally like yearly totals and everything kind of running. That's admirable. And you guys see what I do and we go through it, but sit there and try to keep track of everything. I don't know. I got a stack of war nickels. I know that. And was that on stream? I can't remember. I think it was. Last somewhere in there, I got a bunch of the W's that I was hoping for. I think I'm still missing one. I got the War in the Pacific, Marsh Billings. I'm missing one, and I think it's one of the Weir Farm. I think it's a 2020, right? Yeah, 2020 Weir Farm, I think. I think I'm still missing that one. All the others I think I have. Okay, and so that's it for the almost full box of nickels. Yeah, the W quarters, super fun. I'm pretty sure that's the only one I'm missing, and I will find it. There for a while. Where's my book? There it is. There for a while. Almost at, like, I was finding tall grass prairies and salt river bays like crazy, to the point to where I think it was tall. It might have been both. I let a couple go on eBay. I sold them. Obviously, I found them coin roll hunting, so I made a couple of bucks on them. But I had so many, and that was all I was finding when I really started looking for them. And so I had like a surplus of. I still think I probably do have more of those too than any other W quarter. I don't know what led to that. And then like here we are with the Weir Farm. I can't find it. I've got Lowell. Those now War in the Pacific, Marsh Billings. It took a little longer to find some of these, but that Weir Farm, I still can't find it. And then I saw a short the other day where some guy was doing coin roll hunt, and he was like, "Oh, I found the Weir Farm W." Yeah, that's like the one I need. I'll find it eventually. Okay, so for this, we need light. Luckily, I'm a YouTuber. Oh no! I forgot to charge it, I guess, or I left it on. What happened? So we'll figure that out later. We'll charge it. But for now, there's one on my camera. We will use that one. Okay. So these S's are not. Well, we were going to look at the 53. 53S. That's the. We got to come up to do this correctly. Try to. Stay camera. I need like a slightly stronger magnet, I think, on this. So, ooh, this might be an upgrade. Okay, so you see the one we got up here. I'm not drunk. I just don't have the space I need. Okay, so the new one's on the left, the old one's on the right. They both have some choppiness to them, but I'm feeling like the one on the left's better. Okay, on the reverse, they're both about the same. The S is clearer on the one on the left, but it also has a rim ding. You see more of the pillars. I don't know. We're going too far. I think the left is better. Oh, Johnny, welcome in. How long have you been here? I ignore the chat. It's what I do. I'm sorry. It's rabies. Fireside chat. Drill unlog. Okay, so we're going to upgrade this one, or we think we're upgrading the S. 53S. Okay. So we'll just set that aside with the other S's. So 61, that's in another book. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Okay, it's a 61D. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, this might be an upgrade. So that's tough. I see a little more detail in the hair, but there's more little marks on like the cheeks. On the one on the left, the back definitely looks nicer on the left. We're gonna upgrade that one too. That's weird. Usually in the 60s and 70s, I don't get to upgrade much. Okay. 60. What are you? This really pretty one might 60D. It's close. It's real close on this one. So there's the oh, well, maybe it's not that close. Look at the luster on that one versus this one. Okay, so there's the yeah, it's an upgrade. I'm gonna upgrade that. Okay, that's amazing. That was one of those really pretty ones, and apparently I forgot what year this book starts. 46, Denver. Nah. 40, almost certainly no. Yeah, no. There's another 40 in here somewhere, I thought. Yep. Not even close. 57, Denver. No. Okay, so 56. What is this? Denver. A lot of the Denvers. That one looks phenomenal that's there, so nope. 47, 52, D. Nope. Wow. I mean, I kind of expected that, but when you had so many, you're kind of hopeful that you might have something to upgrade. Not in this case. 41 Phillies, not nicer. 53 Philly. I think I literally just saved this because it's old. Oh, there's no way. 46. Ah, so what's going on in the chat? Drinking wine. It's not white. Well, I don't know. I guess it could be white wine. It is this. A friend. Oh wait, what am I doing? Somebody smack me when I'm not running this thing right. I quit looking at that nickel forever ago. You guys are supposed to tell me. We want to play chat words and not listen to you. So anyway, a friend put it in front of my face there. Got me a bunch of this as a gift. I'm changing my role. Remember at work, the promotion. And so, while I'm sure we'll still talk, we're not working together anymore. So, apparently, they wanted to get me drunk. So, they bought me a case of Japanese plum wine. And it is delicious. And this bottle was opened at the beginning of the stream and it's almost gone. So, we're doing okay, really. 58 Denver. Why is everything in Denver? Nope. Still got some nice old coins, but none of these are upgradable. 59D. Oh, the back's ugly on that. I'm not even going to try. Where are you? 58. Denver, of course. Nope. I know this part's not exciting, and I apologize. 41 Philly? Maybe. That's funny. They both have like similar streaking on them, but the one in the book has more detail on the hair, which is going to translate to just more detail on the coin. 47 Philly. Nope. Jeez. Okay. 49 Philly. Nope. 59, I think we already looked at that. 59 Denver, yeah, nope. And another 40, there's no way. Okay, but we're going to keep these old nickels. Who knows? Maybe we'll start putting together some books in the future for the nickels. We see how hard they can be to fill. Rob over at Rob over at Rob Finds Treasure. He's done a series for nickels, and I think he might be on his second one. He found everything he needed in bank boxes. I'd have to look and see how much that took him, but we got to be getting pretty close to that. We've gone through a bunch of bank boxes for nickels just in these books. I started with the first, I think it was 2 boxes, and then I did a short, laid everything out on my bed, and showed how much I filled all 3 Jefferson nickel books with just 2 bank boxes. And the reason why I did that short was because I was pretty impressed with just 2 boxes. You fill a majority of the books. I mean, it was, especially the newer, right? A lot less gaps than you would kind of think. So it gives you a good, strong start. And then you stall out around some of these S's and the 1950s and things like, oh, and the 38s. But we will get there. Okay, so for now, Mint Southside Play. What are you, Johnny? Said Playa? What's going on here? The age, you can let that age even more and you'll have Japanese prune wine. Is that also going to help keep me regular? Um, that's funny. Japanese prune. And this is a good one. I've had many, not this brand, but this is actually pretty tasty. He also got me a bottle of sake, but that's like a really expensive bottle of sake, and that's up in the cabinet. Um, I did try it. It's super smooth, um, which is dangerous. So that'll be for special occasions. Anyhow, the child, small person, receipt, it's over there. We got these quarters. So we got 10 rolls of quarters. I'm not going to bore you with the dimes because, yeah, I'm not. And by then, this bottle will be gone, and so will anything left of my inhibitions. And I probably shouldn't be live streaming by that point. But for now, we're going to. My table's not level, so I'll go sideways with these rolls. Set this back on the floor, and we'll go through these quarters. It's only $100, so 10 rolls. And that's the other good thing about having the bank with the machine now. I don't have to keep the coins separated. I can just throw them in bins and just go dump them. It takes a minute, but not that long, not in comparison to rolling them up. You still feel a little, or at least I do, feel a little weird walking into a bank with like 80 pounds of change, but you get over that real quick. Okay, so this has a Marsh Billings Ender. Fingers crossed that it's a W. And see, that's what happens is I'll be looking for something, right? A coin, and then I'll find it, like say a W Marsh Billings, and then I will find another one, and another one, and another one. After I've been looking forever, and I finally find the first one, then all of a sudden, a plethora will come to me. It's just my luck. Not in this case, though. This one's just a Denver. What is that ruler said? If apple wine is made with apples, grape wine is made with grapes, and dandelion wine is made with dandelions. I've heard about that, but I've never tried it. What is Japanese wine made with? It's Japanese plum wine. Plum. Plume. If there you go. Plum wine. Japanese plum wine. It's really good. It truly is. But anyhow, I see what you're saying. I see where you're trying to go with it. So I hope everyone is doing well. There's a tall grass. It's a filly. Like I said earlier, when we were looking at charts, maybe wait. I'm not too up on. There's something coming in August. I remember Constitutional was talking about it. I think it's another Fed meeting, and he was gonna have another live stream with Lior Gantz. Which Lior, if you haven't watched his previous interview with Lior, I don't know if it's everybody's cup of tea. It's more, yeah, market and global, not politics, but the financial implications of some of the global moves. It's very interesting live stream, and I thought that Constitutional. I've seen a couple of interviews with Lior, and I thought that Constitutional did a very good job balancing asking questions, right? Poignant questions, and allowing his interviewee, if that's how you want to refer to it, to like speak at breath about whatever that question's response was. He did a really good job of engaging, but not like stepping over. You see a lot of those interviews sometimes where like it almost seems like they're not even listening to the answer that the person's giving. They're just waiting to ask their next question, kind of like when somebody's not actively listening in a conversation. So I mean, you got to go back and watch it. He did a really good interview, which hopefully, the next one will go well and so on and so forth. But that may be a hidden talent of his that he didn't know he had. Japanese wine is made with Japanese people, of course. Oh, there's a weird farm. So now that's weird. It's a weird farm. And I really need to get a slightly better magnet for this. It bothers me. So if anybody watched my short and this whole camera system, aside from the camera itself, is a custom setup. So here's a weird farm, but it's not what I need. But it does have like some weird toning on it. I was hopeful and disappointed at the same time. So yeah, I need to readjust some of this sometime. It's still functional, but I went with a regular magnet and not a neodymium, and so because I thought that one was going to be too strong, and the emphasis was like making sure it slid well, like up to down, like I do often. And so that's why I went with the regular, larger magnet. And now I'm kind of thinking I should probably go back to the neodymium, because before that I wasn't planning on shielding it with plastic. Now that it's shielded with plastic, the neodymium probably wouldn't be that bad. And it would probably function better and allow me to move it a little more securely without falling, crossing the Delaware, no die check. But like I said, for now it's dealable. It's just slightly annoying when I have to move in and out. And sometimes you guys will see it, like if there's a coin here, and I've moved the camera, and then for a few seconds it'll be doing some stuff like this, like slightly moving, where the magnet's not quite gripping and it's slipping a little. Needs a slightly better magnet. Yeah, I know. I'm not worried about it too much, but I like to improve things, especially when I see problems. Okay, this might be a proof. So I'm going to show you the back. I haven't flipped it, but it's a Wisconsin. But look at those weird looking fields. I think that's a proof. And it is. It's a clad proof Wisconsin quarter. We will take that. That was an ender. I didn't catch it, but that was the end coin. So, fingers crossed we have some stuff in here because of that. You can always hope. It's always upsetting though when you get a proof and it's all like chattered up. You would think before this got like too beat up, somebody would see how shiny it was and be like, wait a minute, what's going on with this quarter? It just goes to show how much people do not like pay attention to their coins. Anyhow, back to the coin. So that might be a good sign that there are better things to come. I wish I would have caught that. It was an ender. I didn't check. And honestly, I mean, I wouldn't have known. I would have guessed. But you can't know from the reverse. It would have been better if it would have been the obverse. And then I could have done a short. Speaking of content, I'm trying. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day. But I'm trying to get something out for you guys that I've been working on. It's probably going to end up being like a multi-part. I hate doing those. Sometimes I feel like one big long video is better than a bunch of little ones, but we'll see, I guess. No snowy roof, no leaky bucket. But I think I'm finally going to do or at least start the how to sell on eBay series that I've been alluding to for a while. I know Tuli said something somewhere, community post or a comment on somebody's video, something somewhere about it, that she didn't know a whole lot about trying to sell on eBay, and I guess it had to be comment somewhere, and I said that I was planning on doing that series or a series on that, and she, I'm sure, responded affirmatively, like hurry up or something. So that's something I've been meaning to do for a while, because there is a gap there. Last time I looked it up, The newest stuff was very old, um, at least a couple of years. So a lot has changed in terms of eBay. A lot of the basics are the same, but it was still good to update that and to help provide other people with knowledge, which is why we're here. That and coin entertainment. Can't believe with the first coin we found an S proof, and I really hope that that's not the only thing we find in these rolls, but we'll see. So, did anyone buy anything recently that they're proud of? I know Craig, who is gone now. Wait a minute. That looks not shiny enough. Okay. Yeah, no. That's Philly. Looked a little more shiny. I just wanted to check. I know Craig talked about that awesome deal that he got. I talked about those bars, which... Where did I put those? Like I said, I was talking to somebody about them. We decided to keep them like they're keepers. I put them in flip. I think that I put them up in my room, um, in one of my safe spaces. But I put them in like a flip since I don't have a lot of bar cases or really any that aren't already filled. And so for now, that's where they're resting. That's a nice Delaware. Still haven't found the spitting horse either. So we figured out we were going to keep those because they are sought after. So I put them up. But yeah, I picked those up. That was, still didn't like the price I paid, but theoretically, if I were to try to offload them in the right places, it would be worth more than I paid for them. So I guess that's a win, even though I'm not going to sell them. Hold on to those. And that's one of the really cool things about your generic junk bins at your LCSs. And if any of you know, then you know the first time Ray did his Saturday night thing, which I'm probably stepping on his toes now. But the first time Ray did one of those, I went up on his thing and I offered. Now I hoped it would kind of bid back and forth between people, but I started the trade of an Engelhard bar for 10 ounce for 10 ounces of generics. And my thought and my theory on this was that Kendall would come in and say, yeah, I'll trade you 10 ounces, 10 buffaloes for that. And then Thomas Tone would come in and go, I'll give you 11. And I knew it wouldn't go far, but I figured we'd land around 13, maybe, for that bar, 12 or 13. That was my theory. And I was going to, then melt down those buffaloes for pouring. Nobody took me up on that. Nobody. I did get some emails like it was either the next day or the day after. I think it was the next day. But by the time I had done that, I had already offloaded it in another way because I didn't see any interest. I wasn't expecting, I guess, like emails after the fact. I figured somebody would take it while I was on stream. So I was kind of disappointed, which everybody has buffaloes. So like that's what really struck me. I couldn't offload an Engelhard bar for the equivalent 10 ounce generic silver, which was weird because in the right places it sold immediately, and without question and no problem. So it's very weird how things go sometimes on the YouTubes, but the point of that story is I bought that Engelhard bar from an LCS. By me, the term LCS is very fluid. Uh, you know, these stores, like, it's a sports memorabilia and trading cards, and he has some gold. So it's not a coin shop, but that 10-ounce Engelhard bar was in his generic silver prices. And I questioned that. I said, how much do you have 10-ounce bars for? And they told me. I think at the time it was like $275. And I said, okay, but the only 10-ounce bar I see down there is that Engelhard. How much for that? And the person behind the counter looked at me like I was stupid and said, $275. And I said, yes, please. And so I took it, um, knowing, they go for a premium. I still don't understand. Like, it's nice that they don't, I guess, and it keeps people coming in, but sometimes coin shops sell stuff that should be premium for generic prices. Check those bins, look around, ask questions, because that is not the first time. I bought some prospector rounds. I think they came from Provident, but I bought those for generic prices, and I'm not going to say they're super premium, but there's a premium over generic for them that people seem to pay. And in some cases, I guess when they're looking for them or whatnot, you know, I'd never seen them before. I think what happened was Engelhard prospectors got, somewhat popular, and then people just basically kind of copied that design, because there's a lot of other um, types and similar looking bullion rounds around that same period. So I think that's what happened. They were trying to cash in on the wave, basically, but it's still a cool looking round. You just gotta shop. Which is why Constitutional, I can't, it kills me. I've been on the phone with him, talking to him. He'd be like, hold on, I'm going into the coin shop. And I'm like, what? Yeah, I'm going into Harry's. Okay. Hey guys, da da da. All right, here you go. Da da. Boom, back up. Like, he's back in the car. He's back driving. He's in the store for 45 seconds. Like, they already know what he's buying. I don't know. He's called ahead or something. He already knows how much it's going to be. He basically comes in. They throw his stuff at him. He throws his money on the counter and he walks out. He is in the shop for that long and he's gone. A few times I've been on the phone with him when this has happened. Now, I admire his dedication to his purchases and his time. I can't do that. I can't walk into a coin shop and not look around at everything possible, because every time you go in, it's different. There's different stuff. They've put different things out. I'm going to miss something. I always think there's something somewhere tucked in a corner that I just have to see. Thanks, Johnny. I am very fluid. Listen. About your 36 genders, I'm not a part of it. But I get it. And I figured somebody was going to make that joke as I was saying it. It's like, that's the wrong terminology to be using. But I figured I was respected enough. I knew it was going to happen. It was either going to be you or Ruler. So, now wait, hold on. I got to get back because I went on a rant. But yes, check those bins. It's always different. I can't run in and out of a coin shop unless they piss me off, and then yes, I'm out. But if they're decent to me, I'll spend all day looking around to make sure I'm not missing anything. But I asked a question and Kendall answered. He said he bought 45 ounces from Scottsdale, the 5-ounce bars. They recently had a sale, And I fought with myself again and again, but I did not purchase. I did. You guys wouldn't be upset about this one, but full transparency, while I was in the Chicago area, um, when spot was 22, high 22s like it is now, I'm ashamed to admit I paid $20 for a half-ounce Scottsdale round. It's not even a super cool half-ounce Scottsdale round. It's just a a regular one. It looks nice. It's in decent shape, but yeah, I basically paid almost a full ounce price for. Okay, hold on. This one's got some crazy toning, like it's been in somebody's book. See some of that red shining through there. That's not me. That's the coin. It's a Philly, Florida. Eh, Florida's all right. It's a little hot this time of year. It'd be better if it was a proof. I'd keep it, but I don't see any reason to keep just the generic Florida. Probably came out of someone's book, like I was saying. But what was I saying? I don't know. Something about coin shops. You got to look around. I can't run in and run out like Constitutional does. But then again, he's a stacker through and through. The only coins I know that he has are stuff that people have given him. Like I gave him. Okay, my nose is itching. I don't know why. But I gave him a slab to Benji. Um, and then recently that Daniel Carr Atocha token round, whatever you want to call it. Daniel's awesome, so it pretty close to being a coin, but not. So okay, beautiful piece. I also sent one of those to Savage, um, but aside from those few things that maybe people send him and like Constitutional Silver, he's a stacker through and through. He's not messing with the coins. He didn't. PCGS doesn't even register in his mind. Like, so in that aspect, I can kind of get being able to run into the store, grab something, and run out. But I just can't do that. Even when I was stacking predominantly, I couldn't do that. I had to look and see what was there because even like the junk silver or like sometimes like the silver mint sets, because I would still buy those as long as they weren't too crazy in price, like the cheap ones, uh, cheaper ones. I would still buy some of those because there's silver in there. It's just coins, whatever, if they were a decent deal. Um, so I kept it pretty limited, but I would still look around a bit and see what kind of bars. It was very specific because I was so bored stacking just buffaloes. I wanted to get whatever different things I could, so I had pretty things to look at. I couldn't do that, run in and out of the store. But then again, he's a busy man. He works like 7 days a week. And he's at work right now. That's not a watch. That's silver. Um, yeah, it's like 9, 8:30, 9 o'clock, something like that there. He's at work. He's in his prime time. That's why he's not here hanging out with us. 67 quarter. And see, that's what I'm talking about. Right around the 60s. I really want to know metallurgically what they did to these because some of them look very close to silver. Not obviously completely close, but they're just vastly different than the clad quarters that we get today. Even if you consider toning and other things, they look closer to a silver. So I really think they did something a little special to make the coins look as close to silver right there after they pulled the silver out as possible. And like maybe with the 40 percenters, they couldn't make it like as prominent with the halves, so they kept 40%. I don't know. But some of those 65, 66s, and 67s really throw me for a loop when I'm looking through these. I mean, if I'm looking at the face and not the edge, you have to do a double or a triple take because it looks so close to silver. Dun dun dun. I've met those honeys. I am a boozer. I collect other things too. I got a buddy who collects like bourbon. Well, I say buddy. We'll call him a good acquaintance or something along those lines. But he collects bourbon, like unopened. He'll drink some of it, I'm sure, but like he has a bottle collection. That's what he collects. Bourbon. I mean, he pays more for some of that than I'm sure we pay for some of our silver. You can collect anything. It's just up to other people whether or not it's valuable or not. We get lucky because a lot of people across thousands of years value silver and gold. But like sneakers, bourbon, all kinds of stuff. Art. $20.20, but it's a Philly. I was really hopeful with these rolls. I'm hoping something else happens. I'm getting a lot of Salt River Bays and tall grass prairies that are not W's. There's another one right there. There's some decent looking. So there's a Philly River of No Return that looks really nice. So maybe a collection dumped into the bank machine. I don't know. So far, it has not produced much fruit. If it is. We're down to 4 rolls. Some people weigh the rolls, like when they're doing halves. I mean, I get it, but like, why? You're going to open them all anyway. So why not the surprise? I don't understand that part of it. You're basically spoiling the surprise. Like, this one's real heavy. You know, hopefully there's silver in it, but it's got gunk on it or something else. So it's not actually, it's just upsetting. I wouldn't roll them. That seems like you're taking too much time at that point. Just bust it open and see what's inside. But then I am very much about the thrill. Yeah, some of you see when I find something, even when I'm ranting like this or just kind of going about my business, I get real excited when I find something because you look through a lot of coins. And when you finally hit something, the culmination of your entire search might just be for that one coin, right? Oh, Copper Owl. I was talking about you earlier, and the V nickel. It's the nickels are already gone. Nothing major there. I did find a lot of early stuff, a couple of book upgrades, but no hole fillers or any silver. Pretty lackluster on the nickels. Quarters that I have sitting in front of me was $100 of quarters so far. Super upsetting because I found an S-clad proof. What was it again? Wisconsin is the first coin in the first roll. It would have been an ender had I looked and known. Um, but this was the first thing I pulled out of this set of quarters. And then so far we've had nothing since. So, I'm not going to say it's upsetting because any find is a find. But you would hope, like we all do, if a search begins with something decent like that, you would hope it would continue. But so far, that has not been the case. And we have three, well, yeah, this is three rolls left. And the last of my drink. So after that, some point in there, we'll be calling it quits. Now, there's a really nice Salt River Bay on the far side of this roll. And I don't know why, but when I find W's, they have seen some stuff. Okay, I find W's that are well loved. I have yet maybe one or two of the ones that I have found, and this is not because it's a Denver, but the W's I find are always decently circulated or horribly circulated. I hardly ever find really nice ones. I know people that do. I don't. If I find a W, it's probably on the far side of beat up. Not quite a, parking lot quarter, but definitely on its way. Which is weird because it's still only a few years out, right? But you see some of these brand new ones, like a year, you'll see 2022s in the same year that look like they've been through a shredder and back. It just depends. Like some quarters get beat up, some get the nice treatment, but I always seem to find the former as far as like W's. Silver, I almost don't care. It's nice to find. Okay, it's dead. It's dead to me. Dropped it on the floor. I'll pick it up later. Silver, I almost don't care. It'd be nice to find nice stuff, but the intrinsic value is mostly with the silver on those. You're not hoping for much more, but on something like a W, the condition of the coin really affects the value quite heavily. So. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, check out my latest short. Might be something down your alley. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do you got, Josh? I'll have to find out. That'll be right after the stream. So now I gotta email Kellen. Or not Kellen, Kendall. And check out your short. Okay. I always get Kellen and Kendall mixed up. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. The names are very similar. And then you got Kevin, too. Kevin's a little easier not to get mixed up with the two of those, but lots of K's. I'm not used to that. Okay, so check out the short. Email him. Okay, I can handle these things. For sure. It's only $11.39. I think it's the bottle of wine that's really doing me in. Not, I'm fine, but, definitely feeling a little limber. at this point, more so than I am at 11:39 in the evening normally. This okay, so like the Eleanor Roosevelt, when are we going to think about how this looks on a coin when we design things? Or when we run the first couple and it looks weird, do we make revisions? Like, what are you doing? Because like this, Eleanor Roosevelt, beautiful woman, great humanitarian, did lots of nice things. Her coin kind of looks like crap, and specifically, the coin kind of looks like crap, but like her likeness on the coin is not super flattering either. I mean, I'm not trying to go in that hard on it. I'm more talking about the engraving in the coin. It's just like some of these things, man, with what they've been putting out lately. It's not. It's. I don't think they're trying very hard, and it's upsetting. That's not the only one that's looked kind of bad in recent years with the women's quarters. It's very touch and go. Sally Ride was kind of an alright coin. Few of them look decent, but like, I think we're going the wrong way. Even the National Park ones, most of those look decent. Effigy mounds, obviously, probably one of the ugliest. But I just don't get it, especially when you're honoring specific people. You think you would take extra care to like make it look decent. The Eleanor Roosevelt one just, I don't think, does her justice. And Roosevelt was a great president too, on top of everything else. And his wife did a lot of things behind the scenes. At the time, didn't get, as much publicity as some of the first ladies do, today in this day and age. So it's upsetting that her coin kind of is not great. Maybe on the proof. I don't know. I have to look at the proof and see if our proof looks a little better. But the business strike is not flattering. Okay, here's a really nice homestead. Nothing. But they're trying. I was looking at some Mexican pesos the other day. Another co-worker took a trip, and he asked me, everybody wants like a shot glass or bring me back some tequila or whatever. I said, bring me back some coins, because I have some from when I went to Mexico. Um, you can always use more though. So I said, just give me some coins. And he brought me some. After conversion, it's $5-6, something like that, in, common change. But, and it's something I'm probably going to do a short about, the very strange way that they, we'll call it bundle, their coins. Now, I didn't remember this until I saw it. And at the time when I originally saw this when I was down in Mexico, I wasn't collecting coins. So I didn't think anything really weird about it. I was just like, okay, coins, cool, whatever. But now that I'm a coin collector and I look at it, I'm not going to say it's sacrilege. I mean, to us it is. Anybody else probably wouldn't see like a big problem with it. But now, as a coin collector, to see it is crazy upsetting. And I know from personal experience that he got these from a bank or some other financial institution because that's how they give them out. And I'll show you in the short. I'm not going to show you now. You'll have to try to catch it later, but after I film it. But it reminded me about it, and it's very weird. I mean, I guess it makes sense in the long run, but to look at it is just crazy to me that people would do this to coins. So keep an eye out for that short. But we've come. I need to figure out what Mr. Rogers does for the end of the show. I forget. I watched a bunch when I was a kid, but now I've forgotten. I've lost my way. But however he sings and ends that show, that's what we should do. I'm kidding. But the quarter's mildly upsetting. Only this S proof, which again, nicely circulated, so definitely on the low side of great things. But still an S proof, we will still keep it. I'll put it in a flip and put it with the other gently circulated proofs that we have. And maybe one day, a long, long time from now, we'll get a full set of gently loved proof coins. But for now, we have the giveaways. We did three. We could do a fourth. It's been 4 hours. Yeah, one an hour. That's fine. So we'll do four. We did 3, 2. Somebody got gypped. So we'll do another 2. I don't know what these are. See, okay, so it's the zombie queen and the walker style. I'll set this up. I'll turn it on. There we go. It's live. Throw your hat in the ring for a couple grams. And yeah, so not that great. But I'm pulling now that I'm dumping coins. Uh, hasn't been super heavy the last week because I was away for work, but I'm pulling more and completely dumping. I'm going through more coins, and so because of that, I think we're gonna see more hit or miss, right? Um, Before maybe it was a little more strategic. Who knows? Maybe I was just getting lucky, but I would have some decent boxes every now and again. This time, when I'm going through so many, and there's some that I do go through off camera, not on stream, then I kind of figure there's gonna be some lackluster boxes. Still very strange to find the S, the first coin of the first roll, and then nothing else. Okay, we got a minute and 30 seconds. We'll give it a little longer. There are, wow, 11 people according to the stream. That's crazy. And only 5 of you are entering? I know it's just grams, but geez. Put this over here by the quarters. My desk. I can't wait to get rid of that one so I can reorganize a bit and try to fix some things. So, yeah, the stamp. The stamp is nice. I'm still trying to figure out how to accent it. I don't really want to antique or blacken it, and also like the center of the play button isn't as raised as I thought because it's so small. It gets, it's there, but it gets pushed down a lot. So there's not as much difference between that and the area around it. So I don't know if that's going to do well for blackening, because when you try to like wipe that off and clean it to leave the blackened surface, I think I'd be pretty much wiping all of that out of the play button, or at least most of it. So we'll see. Still a work in progress, but I'm super happy with it for now. I might try to see if I can take that. Okay, we are done. Might try to see if I can take that stamp, affix it into a jig, and get like a hydraulic press of some type, not heavily mechanical, more like probably like a bottle jack, like a bearing press, and see if I can stamp things that way. Because I really do like with this stamp, I just have to beat things in, and it takes a lot of effort, and it's not great to do multiple pieces. So, seriously, seriously, Jimmy, it's rigged. It's rigged. That's Rulers. I didn't even label this one. That's Jimmy's. And then Thomas. I didn't even write your name on the first one. I think I was so upset that you keep winning. Scribble it on there in anger. And now somehow you have won more than the other two people that won 3. Congratulations. But no, did you? And I don't think you even got a double. You didn't. You got the walker, the seated, the bust, and the zombie queen. So, lucky Jimmy Licari lives on somehow. Just keeps winning. All right. Well, thank you for hanging out this long, Jimmy, and everybody else. Thomas has been here literally since the beginning. Um, and Jimmy's been here since early on as well. So I appreciate it very much. We are 4 hours and 20 minutes into this stream, and a bottle of wine. That's the most important part. It's been a long week. It was nice to unwind, have a drink, do some coins. Unfortunately, we didn't find a whole lot, but that's what happens sometimes. Some people got some silver, and what's tomorrow? Sunday. I am filming something by the end of the day. I will check out the short. I will email Kendall about the exchange for a Detroit slash Chicago box of pennies. That is interesting me very much. And we will see you guys soon. I appreciate everyone's time and attention and hanging out. Chat words, not the best this time. Seems like we could have done better, but we had a lot of conversation going on. So I will see you guys next time. Thanks for hanging